something like that. Woof. Dominic, what's up? Joe, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Okay. Hello. The Phantom Gamer. Your dog, hello. Guys, I got story time for you all here. Little bit of story time, okay? So, I was out today cooking on the grill, right? I was gonna cook some steaks. I started up. And then all of a sudden, things just kind of didn't seem right. I was just like, smelled some gas, stuff was just like, eh. And, I'm like, well, I'm not going to pay too much attention to it. I'm going to start it up because my electrical starter doesn't work on the grill, so I'm going to put a match in it. Well, lo and behold, I throw a match in it, and my grill explodes. I'm not sure if you can see my hair right now. I tried to get as much of the burned hair off, but my hair is still in singes. My hair is like burned. My entire arm is burned. Like, my hand's got some pink in it. I'm not sure you guys can tell, but my knuckles are definitely dead. Okay. My pectorals got some stuff all burned and crap. Literally got burned all the way up and around. So, I'm still going to stream today. I'm going to be a little tender, alright? I'm not selling you all this to complain. But, I'm going to be a little tender today. I may not be as quick as I usually am. I'm obviously going to be talking about this as quick as possible, but, my movements will probably be lacking. Just a teeny bit. So, just wanted to let you all know that before we get started into today's events. That I literally got, my grill literally blew up in my face, and that anywhere and around my face and my arm has been burned, so I'm going to be a bit lacking when it comes to the speed today. Actually, I might want to actually turn up. Yeah, this is probably a whole lot better. I turned up my my speed on my mouse, so that should kind of counteract. It's going to be a little bit faster than I'm used to, but you know what? We'll get to it eventually, Let's see.
Police!
Oh my god.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Are you okay?
First off, Anish Patel, thank you for the $2 super chat. Yeah, I'm okay. But let's put it this way. My entire arm is burning in my pectoral muscle. It feels like my nip has been ripped off completely, and like in and around that area it's like burning. But other than that, should kind of be fine. I did a cold shower, stuff like that. I'm probably not going to go outside. So, I'm doing everything possible that I can do. Definitely, I've used aloe, at the same time. If I were to go this stream shirtless, I probably would, but, to show some decency, I'm not going to do that for you all. So, yep, meme, I'm okay for now. Guess what? You hit 100 subscribers finally. Also, don't burn yourself. Clark C. Weather and stuff. Congratulations on hitting 100 subscribers, first off. I remember when I hit that quite a while back, and I was really excited. So, if you keep at it, you'll probably get more. How does Lawrence, Kansas look? You see, I haven't paid attention. By the way, I've also downloaded Radar Scope. I bought it on the computer for purposes of which you all probably will not understand until summer. So, I already know how Radar Scope functions, but I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with coverage up north, and that's all I'm going to say. So, I bought Radar Scope, did all that. Actually, I'm just going to keep up with the green. I should be fine. Let's see. David may be live today. I don't care, honestly. Last night he got really lucky because a downburst happened right over San Antonio, and he just managed to cover the 90-mile-per-hour gusty winds. And he literally gained like 100 subscribers, and I was like, if only I streamed. But yesterday, there was no tornado events over there, and I didn't feel like, even with the gusty winds, it didn't threaten loss of life. So, you know, I'm still holding true to myself, but at the same time, it's just, So, let's go ahead and just get into what all is happening today. Slight risk. I don't even have my epic pen out right now. There it is. Slight risk for the border of Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and down into Texarkana area. You know, and then as well as a slight risk ranging from like Lubbock all the way down to Del Rio, down into like the border of Mexico into Corpus Christi and stuff like that. You know, in and around those areas should be pretty interesting. The tornado threat stays within those areas, ranging up all the way into actually southern parts of Minnesota. It goes from like Texarkana all the way up there, and then a 5% down near Del Rio. I know I have someone who lives near Eagle Pass, and they're actually right next to the 5%, if not in the 5%. So I'm gonna try and cover as best as I can if there's anything around there as well. And then 2% and all that such right there. Do you mind, meme? Can you turn down the spam just a little bit? That'd be appreciated. This summer, Nate is doing storm coverage in Canada. You're in for a wild ride if this storm season is good. Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't see that. Can you check the cell in Mexico? Is there a cell in Mexico? Is there any storms in Illinois? I don't believe there are any storms in Illinois. I believe this is going to be, I mean, nothing tornadic per se. I think this is going to be mainly for wind. Over there, you might get some scattered storms, but nothing really too large, so you should be fine. Yeah, that's my honest opinion on that. You put down a lot of O's and stuff, meme. I'm not sure if you intentionally did that, but it said there. Can you have a treat? Seems legit. Oh, South Carolina get Wednesday. Let's see. This is Tuesday. This is Wednesday. According to the Storm Prediction Center, nothing. Although Wednesday is something that I'm looking at up here in Canada. I'm not going to lie. So who knows? I might stream on there. Any chance of severe storms in Minnesota today? There have been some storms popping up this afternoon. Yes, I do believe that there actually is an opportunity for storms. And severe ones down in southeastern parts of Minnesota, in my honest opinion. Not exactly into the Minneapolis area. A bit further south and a bit further east than that. But there's some tornadic potential down in south central Minnesota today. So you guys could get some gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail, you know, down and around those areas. And last night I was playing with sparklers and just caught fire and got 2nd degree burns. Oof. Yeah, I can't sympathize for that. I think I got like 1st degree, if not, ooh. I might have some 2nd degree on my knuckle. I'm not gonna lie, because it's starting to blister a little bit. But stuff like that should be fine. I'm going to be fine. So you guys wanted me to check the storms down and around near Del Rio and Eagle Pass. So let's go ahead and take a look at those real quick. And, we should be okay. So these storms right here, echo tops that were going up above 50,000 feet at one point. Base velocity shows that it is mainly just a wind threat in and around this area. So, it's going to be pretty interesting. I wonder what these storms are actually going to turn into down and along the line. So I guess we'll be fine. What happened to me? The beginning of the stream, I said that my grill exploded. So yeah, when I was trying to cook some steak, my grill exploded and my hair got burned. My eyebrows got singed. Actually, a lot of my hair because I was shirtless around my upper part of my body. Did that stuff. Yeah, second degree is stupid. Anything for Wisconsin? Yeah, Wisconsin could, depending upon where in Wisconsin, you guys could get some severe storms. So across the board, I'd say Wisconsin should probably get something. Let's take a look. Landon Markham, what's up? Yeah, that's gonna be pretty interesting. I wonder what these things are going to do. You good? Yeah, I think I'm good. I mean, I'm going to be tender for the entire stream, but you know what? A little pain never really bothered me. Let's see. I do want to see something real quick. That's going to be pretty meet that part. By the way, if you guys are new or if you guys, haven't, done so already, please be sure to leave a like on the video and feel free to subscribe as well. Do content like this practically whenever I feel like stuff could get bad, and today should be pretty interesting for people who watch. So, on the last stream, we basically predicted a sell a week and a half out. So, we have fun on here. It's not all just professionalism, but it was pretty interesting all and around that area. So, let's see. Yeah, this sounding is kind of interesting, I'm going to be completely honest, although it has some sort of warm pooling right around, it was the same issue that we had in Nebraska, actually. In between 700 and 850 millibars, stuff like that. So it'll be pretty interesting. But he was just vibing. He's not being rude. Yeah, I don't think he's being rude. I think he's just like saying, he can say whatever he wants. Remember what I said in my community post, guys. Hold up, let's pull up my community post. Let's see. I said in my community post, I said, okay, as much as I had fun last night, I do want to mention that people have different opinions than yourself. The entire point of weather is that everything is different, and that includes the weather. Includes just the general basics of weather. If you were with me for the end of the stream last night, then you know what happened. I would love if that does not happen again, and to please respect other people's opinions. Also, as much as I know you guys would love to defend me for whenever someone differs from my opinions, that could be including yourself. Number one, they are entitled to their own opinion, and number two, it would probably be better if it were just left alone so that I can deal with it. Meaning that it probably would be easier if you guys just didn't entertain negative comments, so that I can deal with it myself and that you guys would continue to be able to have a whale of a time. Would probably prevent these situations in the long run. Also, just as a common courtesy, please refrain from promoting my channel and other YouTube channels. It is not only a good look for your it's not only not a good look for yourself in that community, but isn't a good look for me as well. If you wanted to share the stream, then please do it with either friends, family, Twitter, and other places that isn't directing it towards any other YouTuber. In other news, plan on some merch and a possible edit video on the one and only baby cell. But yeah, definitely one of those things where you're entitled to your own opinion. Please don't be negative. But if you do see negativity in the chat, just allow it. Just let it be, and the mods will be able to take care of it. Do you think tornado season will be quiet for the rest of this May? I do believe so. I think we are in a La Nina at the moment. So, doing its own thing. Real gusty winds. You're back to a violent gust front. Sounds about right, honestly. I guess we'll have to see as it continues to move on through. But as I mentioned before, I really just want to establish a community to where we all are kind of like vibing and stuff. Okay. Let's take a look at the severe storms across the board. I'm gonna take a sip of my thing here. Jonathan Moore, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Baby cell for the record. Yep, I still can't believe I predicted, a group of cells a week and a half out in advance. A lot of people were saying that nothing was really going to happen. This cell might go tornado warned relatively soon, chat. I am not going to lie. I wouldn't be surprised if this happened. So, let me add Tulsa's IEM bot here. God, my... this is going to be a long stream. Yeah, I need someone to explain what just happened. Who knows? Well, southeast Wisconsin gets severe storms. It's on the border. You probably could. It depends upon how far southeast you are. But yeah, this cell right here, that is just passing over Interstate 40 in Oklahoma. You guys need to just kind of, monitor in and around those areas. I think Nebraska and Iowa would be the hot spot for June, especially tornadoes. What do I think? It'll be pretty interesting to say the least. I will say this. There is something really interesting as that continues to move on through into the beginning of June. And I'll show you guys why. But it'll be pretty interesting. Got me saying baby cell to every cell that pops up now. Seems legit. Look at Tropical Tidbits Hour 384. Sure. One thing I do want to mention is that with Tropical Tidbits, actually not with Tropical Tidbits, with any model that's past 200 hours, or actually just for the GFS, it is, in my opinion, very much so inaccurate. But I'll take a look just for laughs. Anything in Louisiana, depending upon where you are in Louisiana, there could be some scattered storms that could produce gusty winds. I may have to do this entire stream with the other hand. I'm not going to lie. Oh, this is still not out yet. All right, give me a second. It's windy here in Bossier Parish, Louisiana. Yeah, it's going to be for quite some time. Oh, so this is what you're talking about. This chunky boy. Oh yeah. Which, speaking of severe, not severe stuff, tropical stuff, it's gonna be pretty interesting going in, for quite some time. Here, I'll show you what the National Hurricane Center says. There's actually 2 areas to watch here. Well, there's only one here, but there was 2. Disturbance number 1 with a 20% chance of formation over the next 5 days. Widespread showers and thunderstorms extending across Florida and Bahamas, the adjacent Atlantic coast. Okay, so that was done. You can leave if I'm having pain. I mean, it's just like it's it feels like pins and needles. So it's going to be doing its own thing, but I love doing this, and this is probably, let's put it this way. I would be on my bed, and I would be probably, like, not having fun, and I would just be thinking about the pain. So this is more or less something to take my mind off of it. But it still sucks, I gotta say. Yeah, though a weak surface low could form along the surface of the trough just off the east coast of Florida and move northward toward Georgia and South Carolina on Tuesday and Wednesday. The low is not expected to become a tropical cyclone due to strong upper level winds, which is true. In and around those areas, especially with what has been happening as of late, it's just been like chugging on through with the subtropical jet in and around those areas, which actually, if there was a trough that dipped down in the south, we probably could have had another severe weather episode down there. But there's nothing in and around there that actually peaked when it comes to troughing. So that's really really the good news in and around those areas. Echo tops are kind of up there, up to 40,000 feet. Can I turn Cortana off? Cortana, turn yourself off. Of course, never does. Sounds about right. Will Williamson County, Tennessee get hit? I don't believe so. They could be. Give me a second. No, I don't believe they're gonna get hit. They might get some scattered thunderstorms, but other than that, nothing really too interesting for you guys. Will eat a croissant, I will say. Yeah, this thing has some general rotation. I'm gonna take a 3D of this. I'm actually gonna increase my thing so I don't have to move my hand all too much. Yeah, it has an inflow notch, but it is relatively broken, I will say. Missouri, looking at the odds of development. It's gonna be pretty interesting. What's up, Andrew? What do you mean, madman? What calls us dumb? Or how do we imply as dumb? How many tornadoes we got so far today? We had one in Kansas, but I didn't cover that one because it was like in the middle of the day. You know, chat, before I incinerated myself, I actually was painting a door. That's what I was doing during the entire event down over there. So, I was painting a door, you know, having a whale of a time, gotta say. There was a severe storm in Kentucky, of all places, I will say. I want to see what this is doing here. Curiosity is killing me. Ugh. Okay, so it's just a bunch of storms forming along an outflow boundary. That's typical. You know what? I mean, Williamson County is just going to get some scattered thunderstorms. They won't get anything big. Lemonade sighting, yep. Lemonade, it is what it is. But yeah, I think it's just a bunch of sporadic hail within these. Nothing really too large. You're probably going to get some gusty winds, but other than that, stream lagging for you? Yeah, YouTube has a stream delay. I can't fix that even if I wanted to, so. As unfortunate as it is, I do have to have that stream delay on. San Angelo. Give me a second. New severe thunderstorm warning in southern Texas. All right, I'll take a look. Do you think June will be more active? June could. In my honest opinion, I think June will probably be on the same level as the May we just had. So, you know, it'll be active. It might even be more active than what we had before, but it's doing its own thing. Rotation near Warner, Oklahoma. Yep. I was actually taking a look at that too. The tops were pretty decent. This cell down here in Texas is kind of interesting. I will say that. Here, I'm going to transition to my other arm. I'm sorry. I have to. Alrighty. This is going to be extremely awkward, but you know what? Screw it. We came this far. Echo tops, really interesting, I gotta say the least. Up to 55,000 feet, 55,400 in some spots. So that's really interesting. So yeah, across the board, high echo tops in and around here. So it'd be pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's see. I don't see. Let's take a look at the Oklahoma storm again. It is Memorial Day. It is Memorial Day. Has a storm in Oklahoma gone tornado warned? No, it has not. Not yet, at least. You have big news. What's your big news? New severe thunderstorm in New York. I'll take a look at that in a second. Okay, yeah, there's the rotation's still definitely there. As we discussed from the beginning of the stream. It's still definitely there. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead. Let's take a 3D of this storm. Just to see what the inflow notch is looking like. No tornado possible on this storm yet, I will say. But it definitely has an inflow notch there, chat. JMJ, is this you creating a bunch of different alt accounts? Because if it is, then what have I done to you to warrant this? Because I haven't done anything to you. Yeah, it definitely has an inflow notch, I will say. And actually, take a look at that. It is inflow dominant to say the least. So in and around there, definitely something to keep in mind. I mean, look at that. Definitely an inflow notch for that area. So this cell probably could turn tornadic as that moves on through. So really interesting. Heard you saying something about alt accounts. Someone's still coming here on account talking smack to you. I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore. Literally, some people were spamming, my comments way back when, a couple days ago after my last stream. I don't know what actually, warranted that. I didn't do anything to them. And then, today the grill blew up in my face and now my arm is fried. Stuff like that. Just block the accounts. Geez, that's the plan. Any storms today in Minnesota? Depends upon where you are in Minnesota. If you're in southern parts, you know, you probably could see something. But other than that, if you're like in northern parts, like in Minneapolis, you might get like a stray thunderstorm, but it won't be like severe. Nick, what's up? Civ J, what's up? See something interesting going on in Quebec. Wednesday, according to the name, found a PDS sounding. Yep, that's the thing. That's the thing right there. Hold up. Give me a second. Uh, 2 days ago. Oh, what's going on anymore? What's the weather in Cincinnati, Ohio? Cincinnati is should be okay. You think GR level website is down? I wouldn't be surprised. I had some people tell me about that earlier. Tornado possible in Iowa. All right, I'll take a look at that in a second. As I've mentioned, guys, I'm going to be a bit behind today due to the fact that my arm is literally fried. Ball it into a fist and let's just punch on through. Alright. Let's take it from the top again. Give people mod. We'll be happy to help time guys out. Alright, fine. Fine. Screw the application process. Only the people who I feel like are going to be good. No offense if you don't get it, though. Anything towards Logan County, Arkansas. I'll check that in a second. Give me a couple seconds, Josh. Cincinnati should be alright. I don't believe Cincinnati will be getting a lot. Probably like some just cloudy weather and stuff like that. Alright. Let's see. Awatona probably will get some severe weather. So definitely one of those things where you probably should watch out. All that stuff. Let's see, and then Arkansas, Logan County. Yeah, you guys probably could get some severe weather too today as well. My honest opinion, there could be some stuff heading up your way, so probably should be one of those things where you need to continue to monitor the weather. Let's see. Yeah, let's take a look at the one over in Iowa. Let's take a look. Ooh, if this is the cell that you're talking about, then yeah, I could see some. Yeah, tornado possible on this thing. You can definitely see how the brighter greens are moving towards the radar, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Correlation coefficient shows nothing in and around that area, but there is some sort of updraft here. This is the ZDR profile, which measures rain moving from the surface down up to the top of the storm, and so you can see how it is rising a lot faster within the higher the different colors. You know, the blue and the grays are kind of, you know, not as rising as fast, and then the yellows, the greens, and then the reds and the pinks are moving really high up. You know, so definitely something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Yeah, Jessica is not a mod on there mainly because mainly because she has to deal with the Discord server. 2 minutes, like chat is all over. What do I miss? Because I announced that I was going to be giving people mod stuff like that. We're not doing the application process anymore. Will Watertown, Wisconsin be good tonight? If I remember correctly, they're like right on the border, so they could get some scattered storms with a possible severe storm or something like that. So, um, you could be seeing something. You could, but kind of unlikely. So, something around there. Could you be mod? I'll think about it. There has been some people that I actually have been thinking about for quite some time. That could get mod. Um, let's see. I thought it was GR website is not down. Oh, okay. Interesting. Awatona should be okay for now. Are people trying to volunteer me as tribute? I don't know. No clue. My honest opinion. You think Hot Springs, Arkansas will get severe weather today? I feel like it's likely. Hot Springs could probably get some severe weather in Arkansas. Yeah, so, oh yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right. That's one, that's another one, that's another one, that's another one, that's another one. Give me a second. There's that. You should check the storms near Eagle Pass. They're getting intense. I hope my viewer from Eagle Pass is tuning in. I do want to take a look real quick one more time at this storm. I didn't take a 3D of this thing, so I do want to take a look at that. And here it looks like a pop-up Eastern Kentucky. Yeah, I do believe so. I do believe that most of those are gonna be pop-ups. Maybe every now and then they could see some sort of severe weather. Will Kansas City get severe weather? Yeah, I do believe they could. Probably won't be too large parameters, but yeah. Let's put it this way: there's a lot of people on my mind right now that could get mods. So just realize, nothing's set in stone right now. Can you go back to the Oklahoma storm? Yeah, I can. I didn't see a lot from this thing. I didn't find an inflow notch. So this thing could just be a lot of convergence in my honest opinion. Definitely something to keep in mind. I think I could be valid for mod. Hoping always ready to help me out. Well, I appreciate that. You're definitely on my mind. You're definitely on my mind. Joe, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the chaos. Yeah, there's definitely some intensification within that rotation in Oklahoma. As I've mentioned, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing actually goes tornado orange. But as it continues to move on through, I guess we'll have to continue to monitor. Trevion, hello. Yeah, so let's take a look at the cell down near Eagle Pass. Someone mentioned that. Anything going on near Dallas Fort Worth tonight? I believe they shouldn't get a lot. They should get some sort of thunderstorms, but nothing too large, in my honest opinion. Give me a second, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom, put some cold water in the sand. Probably will actually get like some sort of like cup. Chat, I don't think you guys know how extremely effective that was. I don't think you know how extremely effective that was. My goodness. That was extremely effective, getting the cold water for like just a minute. So what I may do actually is I may just like leave in and out of the stream, just put a lot of cold water in my hand, just so, like my hand doesn't like fry. You know. Bodie, hello, welcome back. You're on your mind for definitely help out. Yeah, Jimmy S, you're definitely on my mind. As a matter of fact, no offense to anyone else, he's like probably on the higher end of the spectrum, stuff like that. Killed my ears. Ow. Is the volume fine? I tried testing with it, because people were complaining about how my audio was like too low, so I turned it up a bit. But yeah, stuff in and around here could be pretty interesting. Let's see. Someone did mention way back when that there was a severe thunderstorm warning in New York, for Chemung, Steuben, and Bradford counties, as well as Chemung as well again. So that's pretty interesting. Nothing along there, just probably some more. Probably some more gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail, but nothing too big. You think you can check the New York storm? Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yep. Someone did mention that, and I'm just taking a look at all the stuff here. Definitely has a really nice updraft, though. Take a look at all of these reds. Anything around the reds shows that it's a typical updraft that you would want for a storm. So in and around there. Something to keep in mind. Eastern Kentucky, yep, I'll take a look at that too. That's Western Kentucky. What about Eastern? I'll take a look. Just had volume on full blast. Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm loud. NFL 2020 podcast, am I on your mind? I mean, I haven't seen you around in the stream all that much, but definitely everyone in the stream is on my mind. I gotta say. Western Kentucky around Paducah is encountering some severe storms, so I think that's mainly just for gusty winds. Eastern Kentucky, it could be really interesting. Now my hand's acting up again. I may have to just like get a bucket of water so I can dip my hand in that every now and then. I think that Indiana could get some severe weather in the next few days. They possibly could. But nothing big. Can I check Oklahoma? I'll check Oklahoma in a second. Eastern Kentucky probably, right now they're just getting a lot of scattered storms, nothing too big. So really interesting to take a look at, but nothing too big. Is there such thing as a mile-wide flash flood warning? Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure this right here is a mile wide. Is my volume too loud? Is my volume too loud? I have to know. What's wrong with my hand? For those of you who are new, I'm entering this stream with my entire right arm and my hand being burned due to my grill exploding. Literally, it combusted, and now my hand has first to maybe... I see some sort of blistering occurring on my knuckles. So maybe 2nd degree. But stuff is... It's just... My hand literally blew up. So I'm... As much as most of you guys would probably be like... oh, don't stream and stuff like that. You know, you're definitely hurt. You know, this is just more or less something to take my mind away from the pain. Yeah, your Keaton Mosley vlogs the other day. Oh, okay, well then, yeah, Keaton Mosley vlogs, yeah, has been in and around this stream for quite some time, so I'll definitely keep that in mind now that I think about it. There was some flooding today in Bell County, Kentucky. Someone was driving through the floodwaters. Oh, that's not a good idea. Volume's good. Oh, I feel better. Yeah, that is definitely unfortunate on my end, but, you know, it is what it is. National Organizers issued a propane kill watch for Pennsylvania. Sounds about right. Tried to do hair removal. Yeah, no, dude, my hair literally... Hold up. If you guys are on my Discord server, you guys would be able to see. I posted a picture of my hair, literally singed, and you can't really see it right now, but it's still a bit singed. I had to take all the burnt stuff out. Any storms here in Awatona. Awatona right now is not seeing anything, but they're probably going to see stuff later in the evening. So keep that in mind as that continues to move on through. It said it may flood in northwest Louisiana and it's windy. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Definitely got the potential for some storms that can continue to move on through. So yeah, it's cut off the burn parts of my hair. I'm gonna have to cut off the dyed portion of my hair. Yeah, will there be a tornado in Brunsfield? I'd have to take a look for myself. Or Braunfield. Braunfels. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'm going to try and figure out where that is. I'll allow that to filter through. I'm going to go put water in my hand again. Fun times. Honestly, I have a plan. I have a plan about this, actually. What I may do is I may go downstairs, get some sort of like paper towel, you know, like a damp paper towel, put it on top of my hand, and then I could just do it forever. It would be like a cool paper towel, you know. Be pretty. I think that would. I think that would probably work. Who think that would probably work? Here in the chat. Will severe storms be on Thursday for New Jersey? I don't believe so, but Friday and Saturday I'm watching, so New Jersey probably could get something. By the way, I'm guaranteed not streaming on Thursday, no matter what, due to the fact that Thursday happens to be my graduation day for high school, so I'm going to do that. Get cold washcloth, take off your jacket, nothing restricting. Well, yeah, but like, I have some sort of modesty. You know? It's just before, way back when, I didn't, because I didn't care. Now I do, because, you know, standards are standards. Even though I'm 18 and it's completely legal to show me shirtless on whatever, you know, it's still... I have some sort of modesty. Okay, a lot of people says that this is probably going to be a good idea. Rotation tightening down in Texas storm. So I'll take a look. There's a bunch of Texas storms, though, I got to say. Don't trust Nate with a grill. This is the first time this has ever happened, all right? I will tell you this. I can cook really well. I can cook really well. I can... Basically, I've had a bunch of steaks that I've cooked. I typically pan sear my stuff, but today I just decided to grill it. And then something was off when the smell of the grill was just really strong. And I probably should have realized, but I didn't really pay too much attention to it. But now, whenever I smell too much gas, I will definitely turn it off, turn it back on. But I smelled it. I didn't pay too much attention to it because it never really happened to me before, that situation. And then boom, the grill just blew up. Check new Braunfels. Oh yeah, that's right. 2 seconds. New Braunfels, Texas. This is in San Antonio. San Antonio will probably see something, but it won't be like a lot. They're in the marginal risk. They could probably see something later tonight. So I could have preheated it for too long. I was only out there for like 2 seconds. I literally went out there, did the thing, went back in, for like a couple of seconds, and then went back out. All right, now my hand's burning, so I'm going to go downstairs, get the thing. Dopest Dreams Gaming, what's up? I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Yeet, hello. I'm going to try and fix my hand by getting a paper towel. Alright, I would say I have an infinity gauntlet, chat, but I don't. It's instead a pad of water. Okay. We are now back, and we have a pad of paper towel pad to try and offset the first to second degree burns. Alright. Let's see, what have I missed? $100 while he's gone? No, don't. For the love of God. What did I tell you guys? Don't do that. Can I run a simulation on Missouri? I can't. Mainly because I had to factory reset my computer about a week ago. Took me a bit to actually get everything back on here. But whenever I do get my new computer, I will download the simulation thing on there, and then all should be fine. Let's see. Look at the storm in Arkansas. All right, I'll take a look at the storm in Arkansas. There's a couple storms in Arkansas, actually. What happened to my hand? The grill blew up. Literally, my grill blew up. I literally exploded my grill. And I don't really care about my arm, my pectoral area at all. You know, mainly because it's not as bad as my hand. You have any honey in the house? Negative, but I did have aloe, and the aloe kind of helped for a bit. Probably have to put more on there, but I mean, let's take a look here. The cells in and around, they're okay in my honest opinion. They could continue to move on through. Possibly be tornadic, but I highly doubt it. I think they're more or less just cluster of cells. As for the other storm, let's take a look at Oklahoma along the line. What did you mean? Keep in mind, what in the world? Henry, get anything today? What app do I use? Okay. The police.
Should have bought Taco Bell instead. Rolling eyes face.
Honestly, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Becca Lynn with the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. My goodness. But yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I was gonna say honey works well. The bones use fast food. Get a small grease burn. Yeah. Now I have aloe in and around the house. It kind of worked, but still burns like hell. So I decided to do something off of that. So Awatona, Minnesota, Caden. I said later tonight could probably get some cells. So I would say continue to monitor the weather by just keeping in mind that you could get some stuff, and if the National Weather Service does issue some sort of warning, then definitely take the proper precautions for whatever that is. Yeah, so later tonight, Caden, you can get something. And what app do I use? This right here is GR2 Analyst. This right here is Radar Scope. I'll be using later. Oh my God.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police!
See you tomorrow.
Take
I'll be
care.
home at dinner tomorrow.
Have fun.
Alright, good luck with the
Becca
bank
was
account. At
right.
least get some guidance. If you don't get it done, it's okay. You know, we'll work it through.
Yeah, Becca was right though. Becca is right though. But KG Invest with another $5 super chat. My goodness. Sheesh. Yeah, so I'll continue to do on look at all of these. What in the
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police!
police?
Help! Police!
R.I.P. Nate Skrill.
Honestly, though, honestly.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Whoa. Yeah. Yeet says gonna cry his pants, maybe. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. If I wasn't doing this right now, even if I didn't stream, even if I was just looking at this, if I was sitting over there, I wasn't doing weather, and I was just like, contemplating life, I probably would. Because I hate anything that has to do with heat, and burns is one of them. I can deal with hypothermia. I can deal with all that. It feels like cold burns, and that's just where I'm like, it's cold though, and I can function. Oklahoma Storm getting rotation. Yeah, definitely are. Let's see. There was a tornado with Oklahoma Storm. Sent you the video on Twitter. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at that then. Yeah, I will take a look at that. Mention Pax Bigs. Tornado right in front of me. Damage occurred. Where's the tornado? I see the damage. I don't see the nadir. I'm gonna be completely honest. That might have just been straight line winds, but who knows? Winds are going crazy. Southeast Iowa. How's that looking? Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Let's go ahead and take a look at southeastern Iowa. Depending upon where you are specifically, you could be getting all sorts of risks, but definitely some sort of windstorm the last time I checked in and around that area. Still something that you can do some. Do you think could check the new storm in Kentucky unless you already saw it? Depends upon what storm that is. There's a bunch of thunderstorms down and around in Kentucky, so that's the reason why I'm asking, which one specifically, because there are a couple that I have in mind that you might be talking about. Southern, just specifically, they're in a severe thunderstorm warning with like gusty winds and upwards of 50 miles per hour with general rotation. As for the cell, say like, south of Davenport, Fort Madison, stuff like that. That stuff is just, some discrete cells that are doing their own thing. So, could this turn into a multi-day event? This is basically a multi-day event. Basically. See, Fort Madison. Okay, so yeah, you guys are definitely getting some sort of cellular activity over there. I'm actually gonna use a radar that's closer. Tornado warning for Sebastian, Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That's for radar indicated rotation and 0.75 inch size hail. My goodness.
Keep up the great work, Nate. Thanks for keeping people safe.
Yep, no problem, Gavin. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Fort Madison's going to get some really gusty winds and upwards, probably around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Gusts up to 40s and stuff like that. You might even see some spotty hail in and around that area, but something that you guys need to continue to monitor as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Let's take a look at this tornado warning. So tornado warning for Sebastian County in Arkansas. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities show some really nice returns. The kind of greens and lighter greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, I don't particularly see anything that is on the ground at the moment. If I were looking at the correlation coefficient, I would want some of these blues to be a bit discrete, maybe even form a little ball, if you will. That would tell me if there's a tornado on the ground, but right now it does seem as if nothing in and around there is doing anything tornadic, or at least nothing on the surface. But still one of those things where as it continues to cross over Hartford and eventually into the Midland area, you guys need to continue to take your precautions. If you live anywhere within those areas that I've mentioned, including Hackett, around State Route 10, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If we get some timings down and around here, we can go ahead and find for you all that this will be crossing over the Hackett area as well as State Route 10 in about 20 minutes. So people over there need to go ahead, still take your precautions. You're not in immediate danger, but something that you need to continue to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So definitely something to keep in mind. Let's see. Yeah, definitely something people over there need to keep in mind. Also, one thing I do want to mention is that in about 35 to 40 minutes, this will be impacting the Fort Smith area. So I know that I had a couple people from Fort Smith and around those areas. You guys need to be monitoring this cell too. So, you know, something to keep in mind as it continues to move on into the evening. I'm going to rotate my little pad here. There we go. All is fine. Water seems to cool everything. So yeah, really interesting here. Let's go into the dissection part of this with the specifics. Does seem to be some sort of an updraft in and around 874 feet, which actually is pretty good in my honest opinion, especially for how low to the ground that is. If I were to take a 3D of this just to see if we can find an inflow notch, we can kind of see, let's see, there could be something in there, but I don't see exactly a prominent inflow notch. But still something to keep in mind. Definitely surface-based in and around here. We do see some sort of rotation, though. You can kind of see how that spins in and around here. So something to keep in mind, as that continues to move on through. Let's see. Sorry for say stuff to Nate. It's hurting your own self. Yeah, no problem. As long as you knew, you know, it wasn't cool. I'm fine with you coming back. But I don't see anything on the ground right now, per se. It seems as if the effects of the water has lost. This is unfortunate. Getting some really nice pictures of this storm, though. My goodness, I do have to say. Let's see. I don't see anything else in and around here. Just in Fort Smith this past weekend. Oh, interesting. If you know anyone who lives in and around there, people need go ahead and tell them to take their precautions. Because in my honest opinion, this storm could continue to move on through, maybe even cycle. So, you know, just to keep it in mind as it continues to move on through, you know, people need to continue to take your precautions. Having a bad day, and then they take it out. You know, we're all humans. Yep, I agree. Does Lawrence, Kansas look like it's going to get a severe storm? Seriously starting to doubt it will even rain. Does seem as if Lawrence, Kansas never gets anything, but give me a second. Sebastian County in Arkansas should move to an interior location in your house. Yep, I agree. In and around here, I still don't see a correlation coefficient drop. Might be some surging winds moving in behind, so some gusty winds, nevertheless, that people could be dealing with in those areas. So, really interesting to say the least. May have to make this all cold again. I'm gonna be completely honest. You guys over there in Kansas City probably could get something, in my honest opinion. Here, we'll use a radar scope for that. Yeah, you guys could probably get something, I'm gonna be completely honest. Give me a second. Hold up. This isn't even... Yeah, this is Kansas City. Yeah, so you guys could probably get something, honestly. I mean, it isn't that far out of the question. Lawrence is right in here. Yeah, you probably could get something, depending upon where you are. Will I stream tomorrow? I don't know. It depends upon if I feel like there's going to be anything happening tomorrow. There could be something in and around in Kansas, so I wouldn't lose faith yet. But it does seem as if Lawrence probably, is getting the short end of the straw. Yeah, pretty interesting. Go to Oklahoma Storm, please. Yep, no problem. I'm looking at that. I'm gonna look at that one right now. Is that Radar Scope for Windows? Yes, indeed, it is. I'm gonna be using Radar Scope probably for other reasons besides what I'm using it right now. So don't get the wrong idea that I'm copying anyone. I have an idea for Radar Scope. I'm gonna make this pad cooler real quick. Oh, how unfortunate, chat. I hate this. I hate this. Send you something on Discord. Show them the stream if you want. Could have with Ontario storms. Up in Canada? I'm assuming so. And if that is, then yeah, that's gonna be pretty interesting. To kind of prove my point as to what I'm going to be doing, and it's not going to be copying anyone else. Okay, so that's fine. So you know how there could be some stuff that could be impacting Canada, right? There could be just some cells in general. Well, this right here is what I'm talking about. You can get cells like these, or you can get cells like these. You can get cells like that across the board. So you can... There's still tornadic development, and it's not just located in the US. So my thought process is that I'll be covering Canada too. So definitely something to keep in mind. If it does seem as if nothing's going to happen in the US and I'm streaming, probably means it's not just the US. Or I think something's still going to happen in the US. But, pretty interesting. We'll say that. Okay, so the cell on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee seems to just be a lot of scattered storms, in my honest opinion. So nothing in and around there. It'll be fine. What in the world? Okay, boys and girls. A tornado watch has been issued. Tornado watch 226. Wet a hand towel, put it in the freezer, put a couple in and rotate, keep your hand cold, just to help your burn. That's probably, well, kind of what I'm doing, yeah. Just for you guys to see this on a larger scale, there's the tornado watch. I can't give you guys the county specifically because I don't know. But there's what the new tornado watch is for. It's over Fort Smith, so if you live over in Fort Smith, you know, And if you guys want to, get the word out, obviously, I would love you guys to share the stream and stuff like that, so I could continue to cover all of this for you all. But if you feel like that's a bit too, straightforward, you can always just say, "Hey, you're in a tornado watch. Keep in mind this stuff could happen." So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through.
Becca Lynn donated $100. Nate, happy graduation. So proud of you. I believe in you and your dreams, and I hope life brings you everything you've ever wished for. Congratulations.
Becca Lynn. I hate these large donations. Oh, goodness gracious. Becca, I don't know what to say. I don't. Um, I don't. Becca, thank you for the. Oh my god. I can't say the word. I can't say the amount. I can't say it. I can't say it. I literally can't. Oh my goodness.
Police! Police!
What? Oh my god.
Police! Help! Help! Police!
KG Invest donated $25. She is right.
What are you guys doing? Oh my god. Becca and KG. Oh my goodness. I can't from you all. Thank you so much. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I can't. Tears are already flowing. I hope you guys know that. But Pubs, I already hope you know. I've already, teared up. I've already done that a couple of times. It's just I hate these large donations. I love the pennies on the dollar because, it's just like a little tip. It's like it's not really like a common courtesy per se, but like, it's like imagine as if someone's, like playing on the street or something like that. They're like playing some sort of music, and they give them like a quarter or something like that. It's similar to that. But these large donations, I just
Police! Police! Police!
You see, this I can accept.
Help!
I can accept this. I can accept The Canadian Chaser, thank you for the $1 Canadian money. I really do appreciate that. Oh, KG Becca. Thank you so much. Don't donate more though. I please. Anyways. Let's try and continue to go from where we were going through the beginning. My goodness. One thing I did realize is that I probably will have to move the sound bit down from like the second one down from like $25 down to 20 because I do want to hear that more often. But thank you. I really do appreciate that. Let's try and get back on topic here. Let's try. The storm here in Oklahoma, I don't know what this warning is for. It doesn't have a tornado possible, but it's still possible. It could do something. So Wagner and Muskie counties, that has been canceled. But for Cherokee County, that'll continue to be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And there actually is some decent rotation near Woodhull. You can kind of see how the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So if you guys live over near Hulbert, Shady Grove, even in State Route 51, go ahead and tell them to kind of monitor this storm because this could, you're already in a severe thunderstorm warning where hail could already be upwards of almost 1 3/4 inches. But you need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on through. Go to the new Kentucky storm. What's happening in Kentucky? Is it the new warning up here in Moorhead? Let's see. Definitely some gusty winds in around there, especially with the outflow boundary here. Some sort of hail in and around, but mainly gusty winds. Could also be some heavy downpours and stuff like that. So something to keep in mind from that storm as well. Somebody asked about the Missouri cell too, so let's take a look at the new severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri for Ballinger and Wayne counties. That's going to be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If I take a look on here, oh boy, the velocities are so dead. The range folding is terrible. So I'm going to take a look at the scan above that. There actually is something around there, but nothing too interesting in my honest opinion. So I don't think this cell will continue. I mean, it might continue to build and stuff like that, but other than that, don't really think that it's going to do a lot. Oh my god.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
I'm going to. Jeez. That's crazy. I hope you guys know you guys are crazy. Oh boy. That's not the entire point of why I'm crying. It's nice to get the $100, because I'm immediately gonna put that back into the quality of the stream. By the way, Anish Patel, thank you for the $1 super chat. But it's just the thought of one person putting that much is just overwhelming. Just one person. And it could be anyone, It's just the one person that puts in money, which is the reason why every single time I always just thank you. Crazy telling me. New Tornado Watch, by the way. Yep, Tornado Watch has been doing all sorts of stuff. You'd cry for 20. I mean, before I would cry for any donation because literally, you know, it's a donation when I was younger. You know, well, not really younger, but like, you know, for the other streams that I had, it just wasn't, you know, heard of. But, anyways, I don't see a lot that's happening right now, per se. That doesn't mean that stuff could continue to move along. I'm still watching these cells over here near Eagle Pass. Do you record your screen with OBS, or do I use Streamlabs? I use Streamlabs. Cry for 1 penny, because I don't even have a penny. That sounds like most of us, honestly. No, you've got some good rotation. Where at? Yeah, smash that like button. Subscribe, like, share, stuff like that. Self-promote all over the shop. Nate's graduating? Yep. We have 50% going up to 80. Chance heavy rain tonight, but from what I saw, we took Kansas City. Doubt that's going to happen. Depends, because there actually could be some cap breaking behind the storms. So let's take a look at the models as to what all is going to be happening. I'm kind of curious as to what the latest HRRR says. New tornado warning. It's the cell in Oklahoma. That's for Cherokee and Mays County. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If I take a look and just went ahead and saw the reflectivity, let's take a look for myself. Me So Hungry, hello, welcome to the stream. Chuck D as well, welcome to the stream as well. You'll be crying even harder when you have to pay off your student loans. Oh, I already know I'm going to have debt, all right? It's just how much debt I will have. So let's continue to look at this. Tornado warning for Cherokee and Mays County in northwestern parts of Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Reflectivity shows that there is some sort of a hooking nature, kind of curling in and around. Could also be some sort of gusting in behind this, but definitely a really interesting hail core and the downdraft surging into the actual mesocyclone. If we take a look at the velocities, you can definitely see the greens moving towards, the reds moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that continues to move off to the north, as I've mentioned, to the people who live around Holbert and Shady Grove and even Tahlequah, State Route 51, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I don't see a correlation coefficient as of right now, but that does not mean that won't produce along the way. It could even intensify further from what it's doing right now. So something to keep in mind. So this will be heading off. It'll be impacting Shady Grove in about 5 minutes, give or take. So people over there need to continue to take their precautions. And then it'll be going just to the east of Lost City in about 15. And then eventually to the Pegs area in about 30. So over there, need to continue to take your precautions. Really interesting velocities in and around here, I have to say. Usually when they're touching like that, definitely means it's going to be really interesting. By the way, Connor, nothing's really going to be happening in Shreveport today. Just some gusty winds, not really anything tornadic. So Shreveport should be fine. But this storm right here definitely has my attention. Really interesting updraft across the board. Just see these occluded areas in around here with the reds, meaning that rain is moving really quickly up to this up into the atmosphere, measuring updrafts and stuff like that. Excuse me. So something to keep in mind. I don't see. There could possibly be a tornado within this, but I don't see anything on spectrum width that would tell me that there could be anything. But you can definitely see some sort of hooking nature with a mesocyclone in and around those areas. So I'm actually going to go ahead and take a delta velocity of this area real quick. Let's see. So let's see if I can find the largest pixel in and around here. Place marker here. Yeah, I'm seeing 109.8 knot delta velocity. So that would be 80. That would be 47. That is around 126 to 27 miles per hour delta velocity. Definitely something that people over there need to continue to take this into consideration as that continues to move on through. If it surges its outflow around even further, this could probably turn tornadic completely. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. When are you putting YouTube moderator applications up on Discord? I probably won't do that anymore, and I'll probably just choose moderators myself. But I will say you are on the list that could possibly get some. So something to keep in mind. But yeah, something to keep in mind with this storm as that continues to move off to the north. Echo tops show that it's just barely breaching over 40,000 feet, but this is kind of elongated within within a low pressure in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind. I think actually the low pressure is further up north, and this is just a very interesting boundary moving through this areas, which is kind of the reason why there is a tornado watch in and around those areas that will continue to be in effect until 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. Just Dante, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see. The tornado warning for Sebastian County in Arkansas has been canceled, so it's just this warning that should be monitored as that continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind as that moves off to the north. But definitely some really interesting velocities and really interesting returns here on reflectivity. You can see how the storm is starting to wrap around the rear flank downdraft, which is basically all of its precipitation, moving into this general area. And you can kind of see how there's a little hole right here. We have a new tornado warning that has been confirmed in Polk County in Iowa. Radar confirmed this is a damaging tornado that is going to be impacting the metro area of Des Moines. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. We have a confirmed tornado in Des Moines, Iowa. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through with some really interesting returns. And yes, there it is. What I typically talk about when it comes to a storm, how I look for a debris ball. You can see if I go into the next scan here, you can see how the reflectivity wraps its hook around and the velocities, if I were to circle them, would be right here. Right under there should be a blue dot, and indeed there is a blue dot around there. So something to keep in mind, we have a confirmed tornado that is in Iowa right now. So something to keep in mind as that moves on through. Let's go ahead and get some timing out here. This will be impacting northwestern 35th Street almost now, and State Route 415. If you live over there, get underground immediately. Get to your safe space immediately. And then Acony, that'll be impacting your area relatively soon too. This will be probably impacting the western parts of Acony. So if you live on the western parts of Acony, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Because this is definitely a situation to where it is a confirmed tornado, and that you need to just take your proper precautions, as this thing could do some damage in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that moves on through. This is coming really close to the radar, as some of the people have mentioned, but still something to keep in mind. A confirmed tornado that's in the northern part of Des Moines, and this will be impacting the western parts of Acony relatively soon. As a matter of fact, this will be impacting them almost immediately. So let's continue to go along the line. Alaman, you guys need to take your precautions. This will be impacting your area relatively soon as well. So let's get a storm track here. I don't think the storm track is right at all. I think it's actually going to be going in this general direction. It'll be heading off into the Alaman area, in my honest opinion, in about 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. So people around there need to continue to take their precautions because this is a confirmed tornado in and around those areas. You can actually kind of see how within the few scans, just by following the lineup, it's kind of been heading in this general direction. So I do believe that Alaman will probably be impacted. Whether or not it would be from the tornadic rotation, that is to be determined. But as of right now, still, people around there need to continue to take their precautions as that moves off almost northeast. So something to keep in mind with that. Let's see. Just by looking at the specifics, you can't really see anything as of right now. Just specifically because it is so close to the radar, you can't see anything. You can't see anything when it comes to the specifics, but something that people need to continue to monitor. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground, and this will be eventually heading up towards the Acne area, just to the west of that, and then eventually into the Alaman area. So something that people need to continue to take your precautions. I'm going to go back down here. I do want to continue to monitor the storm in Oklahoma. Let's see. Do you want to take a look at the reflectivity to see if anything is increased? That's really interesting. I want to take a look at the correlation coefficient, and if there isn't a correlation coefficient on it, then I probably won't go to it right now. And it doesn't seem as if there isn't right now, but that could change as that continues to move on through. So this will continue to be our priority for quite some time. And I still kind of see a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop. Nothing too large in my opinion, but that can continue to move on through to the north, and people need to continue to monitor that as well. So something to keep in mind. The cell in Oklahoma is interesting 3D volumetric scan. I'll take a look at that in a second, actually. But still, people along there need to continue to take their precautions, especially as this is heading off, not exactly paralleling US 69, but something to keep in mind. That'll eventually head off into the Alaman area, as I've mentioned, in about 10 to 15 minutes. High precipitation, low precipitation. Probably high precipitation mainly because it is along a QLCS. But it'll be like kind of that gray area, if you will. So people could possibly see this, but I don't think that you should take that risk anyways. So something to keep in mind is that moves off to the north and just northeast. Let's see. I want to see if I can find anything else, such as, yeah, the correlation coefficient actually goes up 300 feet. So as I continue to look on through, definitely some sort of tornadic rotation in and around there that had produced a tornado. But still something to keep in mind in and around those areas. Give me a second as I try to fix my hand. There we go. All right. We'll just deal with this thinginess for a bit, but that's fine. Yeah, so definitely something to keep in mind in and around those areas. That there could be something tornadic right in there. If you were to take a look just to the west of Acne, as I've mentioned, you got the greens moving towards, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is the general rotation. I don't believe it's on the ground as of right now, but there's definitely something that's going to be heading just to the northeast around US Route 69. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Yeah, so that's really interesting. Strong winds in the Oklahoma tornado warning. Yeah, I agree. Whoa, what is this? Possibly a second area that could be tornadic. You can see the reds moving away, the grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation. And I'm not sure if that is an anomaly or anything, but that could possibly be another debris signature. So definitely something to keep in mind as that moves on through. People need to continue to monitor that as that moves just to the north. I'm going to take a look real quick, see the reflectivity. Definitely some sort of appendage created by the downdraft. So something to keep in mind in and around there. The velocities show the inflow isn't as prominent on there as it used to, but still something to keep in mind as that continues to move on to the north. So definitely, people need to continue to take their precautions with that. Let's see. The tornado warning for Polk County in Iowa will continue. Still stuff in and around there that people think are going to continue to move along. Possible tornado damage. This is reported as a thunderstorm wind damage. A boat storage facility damage. Possible tornado. This is estimated from radar. So there could actually be something in and around there. Down in Cherokee. There might actually be a tornado there too. So let's go ahead and take a look for ourselves off of GR2. We'll even take some 3D imagery off of that. But yes, definitely one of those things where in Des Moines, if you live in the northern part of Des Moines, you need to definitely take your precautions. As this has had tornadoes, or at least a singular tornado on the ground. So if you live near Acme or even near Alman, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Also, if you know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them to do that as well. Even Polk City, there could be something that's impacting your area too. You have some sort of rotation here with the reds moving away and the greens moving towards. Could be right in the middle, some sort of a tornadic rotation around there that could produce another tornado. So something that you guys need to continue to take your precautions. Johnston, you should be all right. This is out of your area now. And same for Saylorville. Acne, you're also out of it. But Alaman, you are now ground zero for this thing. That'll be continuing to move on through. And that'll move off to the north and northeast. So people over there need to go ahead and take your precautions, as that could be impacting your area. Taking a look at the storm near Shady Grove, something to keep in mind. This storm is looking okay, per se, but it has lost a lot of its characteristics. I will say that. I am going to take a 3D of this just to take a look at we can find an inflow notch. And yes, indeed, we can. Really interesting arch right here where all the energy that a storm may need can filter in. So something to keep in mind, that this cell is tornadic. And it could recycle all the way through, but as of right now, does seem as if it isn't as large of a threat as it was prior. Let's take a look at the tornado warning back in Iowa. Northern part of Des Moines, let's continue to take a look at this. Let's see if we can get another radar image here, so we can accurately depict as to what all is happening. A lot of gusty winds now, I have to say. A lot of gusty winds. May have actually been a downburst that is occurring in and around those areas. But still something to keep in mind. Alaman will probably be impacted with a lot of gusty winds relatively soon. So people over there need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. You guys aren't impacted by this tornadic rotation. One thing I do want to mention, though, along this line is that I don't see it as much, except for north of Polk City, I should say. So people around there need to continue to take your precautions. There could be something tornadic in and around there. But something to keep in mind as that moves on through. to the northeast. Real quickly, I'm gonna put my hand under cold water. There we go. I have now somewhat fixed my hand. For those of you who don't know, I burned myself today by exploding the grill. Actually, my grill just exploded on me. But definitely something in and around here where people need to continue to take their precautions. A lot of gusty winds here at the surface that'll be impacting Alaman and possibly something tornadic as that continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind as that moves up to the north and east. A bunch of wind damage reports across the board in Tulsa. There's even one from Sebastian County in Arkansas where there was that tornado warning. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north. And then a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible for Franklin, Hamilton, Hardin, and Wright counties in Iowa. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time with a tornado possible tag in there. So something to keep in mind as that moves on through. Let's see. I do want to take a look at the tornado warning down in Oklahoma. And I also heard that someone tagged me on thing. It's not what you want to see in a tornado warning. Yeah, it definitely looks interesting. Definitely looks interesting, but pretty cool, I gotta say. He's definitely in some sort of some sort of thing in and around there, I gotta say. Let's see. Still some rotation in and around near Shady Grove. Let's see. You know, you got the reds moving away. Green's moving towards. By the way, I'm using my opposite hand right now, so everything's all wonky. My hand's just flaring up again. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, just the north and west of Shady Grove, just to the south and almost southeast of Lost City. So something to keep in mind in and around there. What's interesting is that I see a correlation coefficient drop, but I don't think it's associated with the actual possible tornadic rotation. So still something to keep in mind in and around there, but definitely one of those things where people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves off to the north. Let's look back at Des Moines. There's also a report of a funnel cloud related to National Weather Service by Sheriff Deputy. Also pictures sent social media. Interesting. Let's see. Tornado warning continues, is now radar indicated. It isn't a tornado on the ground right now. But still something that's tornadic in or around those areas. People need to continue to take their precautions as that moves off to the north and east. So something to keep in mind as that moves off to the north. Funnel near Roland, Oklahoma, which there's a little rotation that you're about to post on Discord. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if sirens would be going off in Des Moines, mainly because they updated the warning. So something to keep in mind in around there. But as of right now, I don't see anything particularly tornadic. But that does not mean that it's not, over. You guys could see stuff as it continues to move on through. Yeah, no. I saw that you had the stuff in there. What's moving into southwest Minnesota? Nothing really is moving into southwest Minnesota per se. It's more southeast. It could be something in there. Um, yep, I am paying attention, Tattoo Goddess. I am. Um, wouldn't be surprised if there was warnings going off again, mainly because the warning did get updated. Um, which, as I've mentioned before, if I skip over your comment, it's nothing personal. It's just chat moving on by. What's wrong with my hand? Mainly because I've incinerated myself. My grill blew up, and I was trying to cook steaks. My grill blew up, and now this arm has it's not really burns per se. I mean, it has burns, but it's not like as bad of a burns as my hand, where it has like first and second degree. The sky is green, the rain has stopped. Yeah, that's the differential between the colors moving through all the different precipitation. You can actually bend light to make it a green, to where like the sky is blue, the sun is yellow. Well, like the sun is kind of like yellowish, and the rain is like blue. The clouds are blue, so you can see more stuff in and around there. It can go green. Just posted about it in Discord. Got you. By the way, if you guys want to join my Discord server, link in the description down below. It's just basically myself and a bunch of other people, including some who are actually knowledgeable in weather. We have a whale of a time in and around that area. So if you guys want to, hang around, you guys can definitely join the server. Let's see. How's Oklahoma doing? The only tornado warnings sell. The tornado warning in Oklahoma, in Cherokee, and Mays is kind of struggling at the moment. It's trying to do something, but it is struggling. There is some sort of rotation in right here, though, I will say. So, could be something that's trying to form, but at the same time, not a lot of dice for it. So, you sub, thank you. Either that's Jesus or Jesus. But thank you. I really do appreciate that. If you are new, feel free to do so, as well as like the video and share it with people who might be interested in the stream. Glad good. Must have been scary. Oh, yeah. As soon as I heard the noise, I was like, something's not right. Took out Main Street, the poor part of town. Well, that's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. Update on northwestern Louisiana. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot down there per se. But I'll take a look anyways. Let's see. Just some gusty winds. Nothing really tornadic, in my opinion, as of right now. By the way, the tornado warning for Polk County in Iowa has now been allowed to expire. So Iowa is now in the clear. It is now Oklahoma. But there could be something along the line that can possibly produce. So something to keep in mind for the people who live in Iowa. This line has had a history of producing tornadoes, and I wouldn't be surprised if that continues to move on through. So, something to, watch. Something to watch. Do you know a website I can use to get information on how to become certified licensed spotter and chaser? I think you would just have to look up, like, Skywar and stuff like that. Let's see. Give me a second. Alright. Should be fine for the next 2 minutes. Definitely something in and around here. You can see the reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards right around Lost City is where the rotation would be. Decent little hail core in and around those areas. I'm going to try and take a 3D to see if it actually has an inflow notch in the rear side of the storm. And it actually is trying to develop one on the rear side. You can kind of see, granted, there's a lot of these yellows around here, meaning that there's a lot of occluded areas. you can still see that there's a little arch back here. And that's where the inflow would be, where the storm could get all of its energy and continue to move on through. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on to the north. There could possibly be something in and around there, but something to keep in mind. And there still could possibly be something. There might be a tornado on the ground, might be. It's very hard to tell at the moment, but there could possibly be something when it comes to a correlation coefficient drop. So just treat this storm as if it was on the ground and get to your safe spaces, as I have mentioned before. South Carolina probably won't get some weather, won't get big ones as it continues to move on through. So something to keep in mind. Some rotation right over Rocky Mountain. Where is Rocky Mountain? Large hail in the storm. Yeah, there could possibly, but I see maximum expected hail sizes of around 3/4. So usually you would need something more to cause a, a correlation coefficient drop. So I would just treat it as if it was on the ground. But as of right now, it's quite unknown as to whether or not this thing is currently producing a tornado. Let's see. Would this trade happen? So, maybe. Maybe. Let's see. I do want to take a look real quick. I have something that I need to see in Texas. There's only 15% chance of rain here in Wisconsin, humidity 63. Yeah, I mean, the timing doesn't seem as if a lot's going to happen. I couldn't handle staying late. Well, you're always going to be going to have a home here, so if you want to stay in around here, we'll just say I completely forgot what happened and move on. We'll just say that. Let's see. This cell's now starting to get a little tornadic, I will say. This one just to the north and west of Comstock in Texas. Really interesting. Really interesting. Yeah, definitely something really interesting as I continue to move on through. Actually, I do want to see something on Twitter. Actually, that's not how you spell Des Moines. Nope. Okay, no one's talking about Des Moines. It's just gonna be tornado. Let's take a look, see if we can find any photos. That's not anything. Heh. Pokemon. Yeah, I don't see anything in and around there at the moment. But there could be something. Could be something as we continue to move on through. Tornado possible tag for Iowa Falls. I'll definitely take a look at that as it continues to move on through. Let's see. Do you want to take a look again at the storm over here in Oklahoma? Yep, memes. Joplin will never be forgotten. I agree. Did too much damage for it to, something in around there. What's going on in Iowa Falls? We have family there. Yep, let's take a look at Iowa Falls because that is up there. It's getting relatively close, so let's do that. Tornado sirens again in Des Moines. Whoa, what? Are you sure they're not just severe sirens? I mean, they typically fire off the sirens anyways when there's like severe storms hitting a populous area. They typically do. So either or. Could be both. But Iowa Falls, it seems as if there's a lot of gusty winds, in my honest opinion. But they will definitely be impacted relatively soon in and around that area. So something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. Let's see. Let's see. New tornado warning for Benton and Washington counties in Arkansas, as well as Adair and Delaware counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There could possibly be something in and around there. I do want to take a look at that as it continues to move on through. But Iowa Falls seems to be just getting some gusty winds. They might have a couple areas that I would watch, but as of right now, nothing really too big. So something to keep in mind. But I do want to take a look at this tornado warning that is paralleling the border. There it is, actually. There is the new tornado warning for Benton, Washington, Adair, and Delaware counties. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities show really intense ones. The greens moving towards the reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So that would be just to the west of, or just to the east of Watts, I should say. And that'll be literally paralleling State Route 59 and U.S. Route 59. Eventually heading up into the West Shalom Springs. If you live along Shalom Springs, West Shalom Springs, Dripping Springs, Watts, and anywhere along U.S. Route 59 or State Route 59 in Arkansas, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So let's go ahead and get some timings out for the storm before we dissect it further. Let's see. So Shalom Springs and West Shalom Springs, you guys will be impacted in around 15 minutes. So you guys need to continue to monitor that. It'll be crossing over West Shalom Springs in about 10 minutes, actually. So something to keep in mind. And then that'll go almost directly to the west of Gently to the east of Concord in about 30. So if you know anyone who lives directly west or east of those areas that I've mentioned, definitely something to where you guys need to continue to monitor that. The latest scans show possibly something, maybe, but it's nothing that I can say definitively of a possible tornado on the ground at the moment. So something to keep in mind, but I do want to mention this thing does have a really nice updraft. Something that you typically see on supercells. So this could sustain for quite some time, and the spectrum width does show some sort of lowering possible within the storm. Could possibly have a funnel as of right now. So something to keep in mind as that heads off into Shalom Springs. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their precautions, and possibly even send them my way. If you think that they would be better if there's like some sort of visual aid, that I am your guy. No one else really is covering this, or at least as good as me at this moment. So if you need some sort of visual aid, I am your guy, and I could definitely provide that for you, even with a burnt hand. So something to keep in mind as that continues to head off into the general vicinity of Shalom Springs. The velocities, I do want to take a delta velocity of this storm. By the way, people were asking what this is called. This is called GR2 Analyst. If you want it, in the description down below, you do have to have make one payment of $250. Delta velocity I see of 56 knots, which means that would be in around the 63 to 64 mile per hour delta velocity in and around those areas. But still something that you should keep in mind with a really nice appendage and the inflow present on there. I do want to actually go ahead and take a 3D of this actual storm and see if there's actually an inflow notch. And there actually is a little teeny inflow notch. That'll be good enough for storms in and around those areas. So it could definitely feed in on whatever energy is around in Arkansas. So something to keep in mind as that moves off almost due north, actually more towards the north-northwest. If I were to take a look at how much inflow there is, this is definitely inflow dominant. You can see this little cluster right here of velocities indicating that these are really strong all the way up into parts of 10,000 to maybe even 13,000 feet up in the sky. Yes, Chuck, $250, you would own it forever, and you can get as many programs up as you want. You can use it on different computers and stuff like that, because what you would get is you would get a little code that you would insert, and it would basically be your verification code as to whatever whenever and wherever you want to use GR2. For instance, I use it on my computer and I use it on my laptop here. So you can basically use it for whenever and wherever. Can I check Des Moines again? Watching that in the news. Yep, I can definitely check that again for you. Give me 2 seconds. Des Moines, not what I wanted to do. There were 2013 strong tornadoes, more Reno EF3 rating. Yeah, but they both were strong. They were. Des Moines right now is just getting a bunch of gusty winds. I don't see a lot, even from any sort of spectrum width perspective, which measures winds moving down from the top of the storm to the surface. And usually you would get that associated, with a lot of straight line winds, and there isn't really a lot in any of these areas. So it'd just be typical thunderstorms that you guys are dealing with right now. So nothing really too big at the moment. Can I get GR2 on my phone? Nope, or at least I don't believe you can. There is like some sort of app that I've heard that is similar, but it runs relatively slowly. What is it with F? Fujita? Fujita is the Fujita scale is the original scale that measures off of wind speed. The enhanced Fujita, which is the EF scale, measures off of damage and stuff like that. It can only go up to 5. Yep, it can only go up to 5. I don't see anything, as I've mentioned, in and around Des Moines, so I'm going to go back to the storm down south. Let's see. My hand is just burning up. Yeah, there still is some sort of rotation in and around here in watts. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop yet, but that could definitely change. I think CC drop, not for sure. I don't believe so, in my honest opinion. Do you know a good severe tracking app for Mac? If you're talking about radars, there isn't anything free, but you can definitely get this for Mac. You can get Radar Scope for $30, which is what I have down here. This is my Radar Scope, which I honestly should continue to pay attention to these cells down here. Do you want to take a look and see if there is any sort of actually there's some decent rotation, nothing too much as of right now, except for that thing. What the heck is that? I don't even know, chat, but that is crazy. This thing has some general rotation in Mexico, I have to say. Christian, hello, welcome. Is Eureka Springs in its path? 2 seconds for me to figure out where Eureka Springs is. Oh, my hand burns. You're just gonna hear me complain the entire time, chat. It's not like major complaining, but Okay, so Eureka Springs probably isn't in the path of this tornado warning. Actually, as a matter of fact, now that I see it, this storm's moving off this way, and Eureka Springs is all the way over here. So you're fine. You're definitely fine. But if you know anyone who lives in Shalom Springs, tell them to go ahead and get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. And if they need a visual aid, then send them my way so that I can help them when it comes to specifics and stuff like that. Tell them where exactly the storm is. What did you miss? A confirmed tornado in Iowa and another possible tornado here just to the south of Shalom Springs. I do want to mention, chat, that this does seem to want to form the classic donut hole. You can kind of see how everything just kind of loops into a little circle. This is a crappy circle, but you kind of can see that it has a little donut hole in and around that area. And so something to keep in mind. Jump in Iowa for me. You're in Acme. Yep, I can do that for you real quick. I do believe Acme actually seems to be out of the risk as of right now. Last time I checked, but they had a tornado warning that actually had a storm that moved off just to their west, in and around about here. So Acme, Ankeny, I should see. Ankeny is definitely getting some sort of gusty winds at the moment. I wouldn't say it's anything too big. As a matter of fact, I think right now is probably the worst that you're getting. And then once these are done, then this should be it. So you guys should probably be done with the storms in about, I would say, actually, never mind. You guys are probably going to continue to get some storms even after this. So I wouldn't be surprised if you continue to get some sort of gusty winds, maybe some torrential downfall with some rains and stuff like that. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north. So really interesting. Really interesting to watch if you're over there. And if you know anyone who lives over there, feel free to tell them that this will continue to move, continue to rain for quite some time. But I don't think anything tornadic is going to happen at the moment, but that does not mean that along the line it can continue to move on through. Let's see. A lot of people, oh my goodness. Okay, chat, I'm getting some really interesting pictures here from Shalom Springs. And everyone else is saying from Twitter. Let's take a look at that, chat. Look at that wall cloud. That is stunning. I have to admit, that is stunning. The classic nature of the wall cloud rapidly rotating in and around that. That is really stunning. I wouldn't be surprised if something tries to form off of that. So, really stunning off of that. I mean, that is crazy. If you know anyone who lives in Shalom or Shalom Springs, probably Siloam, I would tell them that they need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. That is a textbook wall cloud. And if you live anywhere north of Siloam Springs, near Concord, even near Maysville and Sycamore, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions too. Tell them to get underground, get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. And if you know anyone who wants to see like a visual aid, send them my way. I can continue to give them as much information as I can. But that is stunning. What is this report? Yeah, there's a apparently there was a report of a tornado on this storm, according to spotters. Nothing updated, however, on GR2. However, or even on IEM bot for the tornado on the ground. But that is stunning, chat. I mean, just look at that. That is a wall cloud and a half. Really interesting. I mean, just take a look. That is a textbook wall cloud. Textbook. You can see the rear flank downdraft surging in behind with all the precip. That is textbook. Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, I have to say. Velocity still show it's relatively strong. Qualified for moderator. Get the people who I believe will get mod will get mod. You know, everyone just calm down. All right. Green's moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, in my opinion, and around these areas. So West Siloam Springs definitely need to continue to take their precautions. Really interesting spectrum width around here. This is probably actually seeing the wall cloud. The wall cloud is extremely low to the ground. And I wouldn't actually be surprised, you know, something along the way possibly attempts to go down on the ground. You live in Joplin, Missouri, roughly 70 miles away. Any clue where this storm is heading? Yes, I do have a clue where this is heading. So Joplin is all the way up here, and this storm is heading off almost northwest. So there's literally this band, this line, this entire line of storms that is surging up to the north. So you guys are probably going to get all of this to the extent of the extent of the intensity of these storms is unknown at this time. But at the same time, people need to kind of take this proper precautions if you are near these areas. If you are out in front of these areas, I'm not sure if Joplin's in a tornado watch right now, but I know that the counties south of it are. I know that for sure. So, you know, if you know anyone who lives in and around those areas, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their precautions, because this could possibly go tornadic relatively soon. Definitely something trying to churn in and around these areas. Actually, I want to take another 3D of this just to see if the inflow notch has Ooh yeah, boys and girls. Yeah, there is an inflow notch right within there. You can kind of see the classic arch that I would look for, and so the moisture and the unstable air feeding into the storm. That is the textbook inflow for storms like that could possibly be tornadic. So people around Siloam Springs and West Siloam Springs need to continue to take their precautions. Is it going around Siloam Springs? I think it will probably spare the main part of Siloam Springs, but West Siloam Springs needs to, you know, continue to take their precautions. This is, as of right now, heading over US 59. So US Route 59 is currently being impacted. Take a look at the velocities. You can definitely see the greens and blues moving away, or kind of like the lighter sea green moving. Actually, this is moving towards the radar. The reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So just to the north of West Siloam Springs, definitely need to continue to take your precautions as that moves off to the north. As I take a look now, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee and Mays County in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, with a tornado possible on it. So people around there, that was from the older tornado warning. You guys could still get something tornadic in and around there. But the priority now is Siloam Springs. If you know anyone who lives north of West Siloam Springs, and around the Gentry, just west of that, or even east of Culkerd, or even in any of those areas. Tell them to go ahead, take their proper precautions. And if they need a visual aid, feel free to send them my way, and I will be able to provide all the information that I have accessible to me. Let's see. Pretty cool 3D Oklahoma. Yeah, that's definitely a really interesting 3D on that part. Oh goodness, messed that up. Nobody expects the Tornadic Inquisition. Anything that's, when it comes to a line of storms, especially if they are fast moving ones, you can expect to see something around there, which is the reason why I say QLCSs are the most unpredictable storms, or systems to predict when it comes to tornadoes, because they can happen across the board. But this just happens to be a discrete cell out in front of a line. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. Any tornadoes yet? Yeah, we had one in Iowa, just to the north of Des Moines, actually to the north and west of that. So something to keep in mind, because there could be something in around there. Look at Twitter. I looked at Twitter for a little bit. There wasn't... I didn't show this thread. I don't see anything around here. Yeah, there's the wall cloud that I was talking about. I saw that one earlier. So something to keep in mind, though, that this has classic rotation on it, and it could possibly go tornado warrant or tornado confirmed at any time. But as of right now, it doesn't seem as if there is anything on the ground at the moment. Still one of those things where people need to continue to monitor it, though. Let's see. Polk City, Iowa. So I'll continue to look at that. The tornado warning for Adair County in Oklahoma has been canceled, but Benton in Arkansas and Delaware and Oklahoma, you guys still have a tornado warning in and around those areas. Watching the wall cloud on live stream, no funnel cloud yet. I didn't believe there would be, but the wall cloud is relatively low to the ground, or at least according to spectrum width. That has been consistently low to the ground, so it's been something to keep an eye on, especially since I was in and around West Siloam Springs. But as of right now, it does seem as if the wall cloud is kind of lessened a bit, but it has that classic hook signature that you would see from Supercell. So something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. People need to continue to monitor that as it moves to the north. Let's see. Someone was asking about Polk in Iowa. There's a wall cloud that was reported. That was interesting. My hand, it's dying again. If you hear me complaining about my hand, if you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, I literally blew up my grill. Or I didn't literally blow it up, but my grill blew up in front of me. And my entire arm is burned. My hands got like 1st to 2nd degree burns and stuff like that. So I'm kind of like doing this, I'm more or less doing this just to take my mind off of it, because if I was laying in my bed, I probably would just be nonstop thinking about the pain and making it worse than it already is. So, but as of right now, it doesn't seem as if anything's doing that big. But I will say this: there's your wall cloud again, guys. There is your wall cloud again, and take a look at that. That is really interesting. The classic wall cloud feature, rotation in and around that area. So something to keep in mind as that moves off through. Stormy in Ames now. Yep, Ames is definitely going to get some stuff. Across the board, there's just a lot of cells in general. But still, something that people need to continue to monitor. It's just absolutely really interesting to look at, though. Real quickly, I'm gonna put my hand under cold water again. There we go. All right. My hand now functions again. Kind of. But yeah, it's still really interesting to look at here. As the storm continues to move on through to the north, almost northwest actually. But these storms will continue to move on through. It'll be really interesting to look at as it continues to move off to the north and almost northwest. Someone reported a funnel cloud on this storm. I've been actually wanting to look at these storms for quite some time, mainly because I kind of knew that something would spur off of this. So definitely something to continue to take their precautions off of that. I wasn't using like really cold water and all that. Where is the wall cloud in Shalom? Did it pass? I do believe that the wall cloud has actually moved off to the north and west of Siloam Springs. Actually, if I were to measure how far from the center of Siloam Springs, it would be about 4 to 4.5 miles to your north and west. So Siloam Springs and West Siloam Springs are out of the risk as of right now. But if you know anyone who lives north of that, in and around just to the east of Concord, to the west of Gentry, in and around the Maysville and the Sycamore area, you need to go ahead and either tell them to take their precautions or definitely send them my way so I can tell them all the stuff as to what all is happening. I don't see a debris signature as of right now, but as it continues to move off to the north, possibly could be something that's trying to form. How do I do the weather thing? Do exclamation point weather, then city, and then the state acronym. So, for anyone who wants to do the current weather, or at least the weather within the past 10 minutes of that, exclamation point weather, city, then state. Really interesting though. I do want to mention that. It is really interesting. Possible? Nah, I don't think it's on the ground as of right now. I still don't think it's on the ground. But spectrum width is starting to lose it again. There could still possibly be a real low-hanging wall cloud in and around this storm. But it's definitely something to keep in mind as that moves on through. And then this storm down here, as I've continued to mention, this storm right here is starting to get pretty interesting. New meso discussion down and around for these storms down here could possibly produce a tornado watch in and around there. So something to keep in mind as that moves on through. But you can kind of see how the reds are moving away from the radar, the greens are moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. I do want to mention there is a lot of lightning with this storm. A lot of lightning. So this storm could continuously be trying to intensify as it moves along the line. So granted, it is not impacting anywhere immediately. If you know anyone who lives north of Box Canyon, Amistad, or Lakeview in Texas, towards any of these roads that I cannot, for whatever reason, mention, because I do not know how to figure out what these roads are on radar scope, go ahead and tell them to take their precautions. There has been a report of a funnel cloud according to spotter report, so something to keep in mind in and around those areas. There also probably will be some sort of watch from this, so people need to continue to keep in mind. What is my subscriber goal for the end of 2020? Ultimately, I want to get up to 2,000 subscribers. Before, I was trying to get up to 400 subscribers at the end of April, And y'all kind of killed that, you know? So I want to ultimately get up to 2,000 by the end of the year, but I have a feeling that that will probably be broken even before that. So who knows? 2,500 might not be a bad idea. Maybe 3,000. Who knows? Let's see. When was it in the stream? It was like an hour, maybe an hour and a half into the stream. Hold up. Yeah, like an hour and a half ago, something like that. But yeah. Am I 1.6? I've got no clue. But to all the people, by the way, who have supported me along the way, I just want to tell you all that I appreciate you guys. I really do. And I hope you guys have a fantastic day or days ahead of you. Um, you know, definitely something that, you know, I without you guys, I wouldn't be where I am right now. So thank you. I really do appreciate it. But as of right now, I do not see a debris signature out in around these storms. Um, you know, but still something that people need to continue to take their precautions as that moves off to the north, maybe even northwest. How long do you expect before Joplin gets hit? Give me a couple seconds. This will take a little bit of time, but I can try and get this out for you. I'd say about 2.5 hours, in my honest opinion. But I'm gonna also take a look at the models to try and support my theory. So once again, if you don't mind, a couple of seconds. Joplin actually might get some cells. In and around, I'd say. I'd say maybe around 10. Maybe around 10, something like that. Tornado vortex signature. Yeah, there is indeed a really rapid rotation on this. Nothing when it comes to the correlation coefficient along the lines, or at least none that I have seen. But definitely a really interesting wall cloud as I have seen from Twitter. I mean, take a look at this. As I've shown my viewers before, still absolutely mental. I can't believe that this has been on here for quite some time, but still something to continue to monitor as that moves off to the north and east, or actually to the northwest. Definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor that across the board. Yeah, so something to keep in mind there. Let's see. I'm going to add Springfield's IEM bot. Try and continue to monitor that myself. Just in case if there's anything that heads into that general vicinity, I do want to continue to monitor that in and around those areas. Is there any questions that you guys may have for what all is you guys can expect for the rest of the stream? Those models will kick up fast for all of us on that new computer. Yeah, you're telling me. The new computer that I'm going to be buying within the next 2 weeks is going to be really interesting. 3D still looks nice. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, I mean, there is a decent little inflow notch now. It does seem as if it's kind of being a little obscured, per se. Let's see. The tornado warning for Benton County in Arkansas and Delaware County in Oklahoma still will continue until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. You can definitely see the little arch right in here, but it isn't as large as it used to. It used to be like up in and around here, something like that. But as of right now, the inflow notch seems to be kind of seeding a little bit. Now, whether or not this thing decides to recycle, that is a question for, well, that is a question that I unfortunately cannot answer. But just to make it clear, this thing could very well do so. But I do want to mention that the rotation is quite linear at the moment. It's kind of this more of a convergence wind to where it's bit gusting out more in and around those areas, and you can kind of see how the reds are kind of there, and then the greens are surging out in front of this, so you can have some sort of these gusty winds. These gusty winds that are being moving into the storm, but the reds aren't moving out as quickly as they should be. So something to keep in mind. This could, even though be inflow dominant, something could continue to try and form around those areas. They're quite fluffy, majestic clouds. Depends upon which ones you're talking about. If you're talking about the ones in the sky, I do enjoy them. Actually, that's what the recorded video that I was talking about for the past 2 weeks is going to be about. Clouds and thunderstorms and temperature and stuff like that. So let's see, more wind damage across the...
I know I said I wasn't gonna do it again, but I feel so bad to what happened to you today. Hope you feel better.
I'm crying again, chat. I'm crying. My...
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
You rock. Taco Bell is on me tonight. P.S. Don't use the fire sauce, it will make your butt hurt.
My goodness. I don't know what to say. I mean, cautious observer, thank you for the $5 super chat. Andrew, with the $100 super chat. I don't know what to say. You guys know I hate these large amount donations. I'm okay with taking pennies on the dollar. Oh my god. Oh boy, not again. I hate crying. My god, thank you so much, Andrew. Becca, KG, Andrew, today, you guys have been crazy. I mean, oh my god. You know, between, the gifts for graduation, which I didn't even... woo, I can't. That's just crazy. Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Oh my god. Now I can buy a new arm. Yeah, I could be the Winter Soldier. I could be Bucky from Marvel. Could literally have a new metal arm and wouldn't be able to melt. My goodness. God. Guys are crazy. I hope you guys know that. There's Nate's new computer. I'm already purchasing my new computer.
Police!
Oh my god. Another donation. What are you doing?
Police! Help! Help!
Oh.
Police!
Do not cry, Nate.
I'm crying already. Stop. Anish Patel with the $2 super chat. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much. My goodness. I mean, my god. Thank you, you guys. I don't have an exclamation point Discord command yet. I will eventually get that for you all. So down in the description down below is my Discord channel. My Discord server, I should say. But my goodness. Thank you so much. No! Nobody... People have already donated $200 today. Stop it. No more. That's it. I'm probably going to turn off the donations. I'm probably going to turn it off. I'm probably going to turn off the donations. I can't take it. I really can't. For this stream, I'm probably going to turn it off. I can't have you all throwing money at me, especially those large, excessive... My God.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
I'm not crying. You're crying.
You're telling me... Oh, boy. Cautious Observer with another $2 super chat. By the way, new tornado warning for Benton and Delaware County in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocity still showed that there is something in and around those areas, with the reflectivity absolutely wrapping around in those areas, the inflow surging inwards, and actually the hail is increased to almost an inch, so that might be showing that this could be intensifying again. With the ZDR actually not being as strong as it once was before, and now actually increasing with hail and over an inch and around these areas. So something to keep in mind, that this could be intensifying again, and that people around Maysville and Sycamore need to go ahead and take your precautions, as I have mentioned before. So if you know anyone who lives in around those areas, tell them to go ahead and take the precautions. Either that or send them my way so I can give them an accurate description as to what all is happening. Granted, there is some other streamers that are watching the weather right now, but the one thing that I can convince you all is that I will not only do my best to inform you all to the best of my abilities, but I will continue to be the best at it, which is what I've been firmly believing for almost my entire life, which is my confidence showing now again. So... Thank you all so much for the support in this stream, by the way. You know, liking the video, sharing it, subscribing if you're new, stuff like that. You know, just like, I really do appreciate it. So, you know, thank you all for doing that. Mr. Hefty, see you later. Thank you for coming out to the stream. But yes, definitely one of those things where if you live in these areas, you need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the possible tornado. So as that continues to move off to the north, you guys need to continue to monitor this storm as this moves off. Spectrum width shows that it is really interesting. There might actually be something that is trying to form within the hook right in here. The original rotation out here, there might be something that's trying to surge inwards, and it might actually be trying to cycle. But there actually is a cyclonic rotation and an anti-cyclonic rotation a little bit. So you can see how, if I were able to show you all how a typical thunderstorm functions, you can see how the rain kind of surges in and it tries to wrap around in a bit, and it forms two rotations. There's the there's the cyclonic rotation, which is the counterclockwise one, and then there is the clockwise rotation, or the anti-cyclonic one. So if I quickly switch over to the base velocities, you can see that that is exactly what is happening in and around there. There is the cyclonic rotation and the anti-cyclonic rotation, because the downdraft is actually forming both of those. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. But the northern rotation seems to be a lot more favorable to produce actual tornadoes rather than the southern one. However, at this time, it does seem that nothing is on the ground at this moment. But as a visual aid for base reflectivity, which shows rain on the radar, definitely a classic presentation here of whatever is happening with this supercell. So to continue to mention, this will be eventually heading off into the Maysville and the Sycamore area, and that'll continue to intensify, as well as the unspoken risk here. You have hail that can get up to about an inch in some of these spots. So you'll get the winds, you'll get the rain, you'll get the hail, and then towards the end of it, you will basically see the tornadic rotation in and around those areas. So something that you guys need to continue to take their precautions as this moves off to the northwest. So one thing I do want to mention, I'm actually going to take a 3D of this storm real quick just to see if the inflow notch is indeed restructured. And look at that, chat. Definitely a restructuring of the inflow notch. This thing has indeed intensified. So you can see the classic arch that I typically look for with the inflow moving in to the actual superstorm that is actually feeding and sustaining the storm. So as it continues to move off to the northwest, this could continue to sustain itself for quite some time, especially since of how discreet it is. I do want to mention that it literally is out in front of an entire line right now. It is the only storm with all of this energy that could continue to filter into this actual cell. So this could sustain if it stays out in front of this. And actually, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for that area. Granted, all of this area has a tornado watch already on it. Still something that people need to continue to monitor as that moves off to the north and west. So something to keep in mind, that'll continue to move off, and it actually still has a really decent updraft in and around these areas. I want to take a look at the latest reflectivity scan, and nothing too big right now. The reason why I am not saying this is a debris signature is because if I outline the actual outflow of this, you can see that the correlation coefficient actually matches up perfectly. So this tells me that this isn't on the ground as of right now, but definitely a classic inflow notch that you can see based off of this storm that is continuing to head off to the north and west. So something to keep in mind, as I've mentioned, if you know anyone who lives near Maysville and Sycamore, even now into Southwest City in Missouri, and eventually into Dodge, as well as people along US 59, tell them to go ahead and take your precautions, or if they need a visual aid, send them to me so I can continue to monitor this for everyone as that continues to move off to the north and west. You haven't missed a lot, Ronald Reagan, besides the fact that there was a confirmed tornado in Iowa earlier in the stream. But other than that, nothing really too big besides this rotation that has continued to pester the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma. So this was near the Siloam Springs area. This has now moved off to the north and west actually, and has basically paralleled the border near Maysville and Sycamore. So people around there, as I've mentioned, need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north, northwest, stuff like that. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on through today. Hail drop. Possibly there could be some hail in and around here. Really interesting hail. We got a new tornado warning, as someone has mentioned, in Florida. So let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick. This will be impacting the Hollywood area south of Fort Lauderdale. So this is actually really interesting too. The fact that this is actually for a lot of populous areas, and there actually is a 2% chance for tornadoes for this line. So if we can actually see what all is happening here, we can quite possibly see what all this is talking about. But definitely something that people need to keep in mind. And actually, I'm getting some pictures from that, not this storm, but from another storm here. Not to be off topic, but this is the storm that went through Siloam Springs. Classic wall cloud right here, chat. Look at that mesocyclone. Absolutely mental, if I do say so myself. So something to keep in mind, that this is going to continue to sustain, and that right there is really interesting. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, they need to go ahead and continue to take their precautions. Here, tornado warning for Broward County in Florida. This will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Definitely one of those things where on reflectivity, the presentation is there with the classic hook signature and the outflow boundary established moving through Country Club and Lake Lucerne. They could experience some gusty winds, but in and around here, paralleling basically State Route 820, people over there need to continue to take their precautions. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop on this cell yet, but something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Pembroke Pines, West Hollywood, eventually into the Hollywood area, Miramar, as well as the Pembroke Pines, West Park, Pembroke Park. You guys need to continue to take your precautions. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them to get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building. particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And if they need a visual aid, feel free to send them my way. I will continue to monitor this as best to my abilities. I will actually get up, as I close my door here, I will actually get both of my products up here, have one on one tornado warning and then one on another. So I'll put this on the Arkansas storm, and we'll be able to see what all is happening still with this, and then we'll have the other one in Florida. So as of right now, this storm that's going to continue to move on through, this will be impacting the Pembroke Pines area. Let's actually get some timings out for you all real quick. This will be heading off to the north of Pembroke Pines and West Hollywood, and will actually be crossing State Route 817 in about 5 minutes. So people around there need to continue to go ahead and take your proper precautions. And then if you live around State Route 91, that'll be impacting your area in about 20 minutes. So you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Yes, Siloam is clear, so you guys will be fine when it comes to tornadic rotation from that storm, but you guys could also possibly get something along the line. You guys can kind of see that Siloam Springs is right here, and you guys have got a really nasty gusty wind situation with straight line winds in and around those areas. So people need to go ahead, continue to take their precautions as that moves up to the north. So you guys need to just continue to monitor as that heads off to the north and stuff like that. But Siloam Springs, you guys are actually going to get some gusty winds, and then quite possibly maybe even something along the line there from this linear segment. So something to keep in mind from that. My goodness, not again.
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police!
Oh my goodness.
Help! Police!
Keep up the good work. Greetings from Argentina.
Focus, thank you for the $20 super chat, Argentinian money. I really do appreciate that. I mean, my goodness, I really do appreciate it. Thank you, dude. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Taking a look back at the Arkansas cell, if I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, I still don't see anything here. Luckily for me, I could actually dual screen this so I can be able to tell what all is happening. So let's go ahead and outline this. I don't see anything when it comes to a correlation coefficient right now. Actually, you know what I could do? I could quad paint it for you all. I could quad paint it. Let's get some reflectivities in around here, and I'll be able to find out if anything is happening. So let's go ahead and outline this. Yeah, there could be something in and around there, but I don't think anything is tornadic at the moment. I think this is definitely going to be something that could continue to sustain itself. But I do want to mention there isn't a lot of lightning with this storm anymore. There used to be a lot, now there really isn't. So I question as to whether or not something could sustain along the way.
Help! Police!
Oh my goodness.
Police! Help!
Jeez.
Help! Police!
Severe storm warning for your face.
Oh boy. Tube Weller, thank you for the $3 super chat. I really do appreciate it. My goodness. I mean, wow. David is live right now. I know, he's been live for about 51 minutes. He's my competition at the moment, but I'm not too worried. Specifically because I've been live for almost 3 hours, so, you know. No, just know who's committed. Just know who's committed. My goodness, what in the world?
Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Your next Taco Bell is on me. Smiley face.
Jimmy S, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate the $5 super chat. My goodness. I mean, sheesh. Yeah, thank you so much. Rotation looks like it is starting to broaden out. I definitely agree with that analogy, although there is something right in here, if I were to outline that. Something right here that I'm going to watch. If this could actually wrap around its outflow a bit more, it could definitely attempt to do something in around that area. But something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. It does seem to be, I can't remember what that was, one town that began with an M was. It seems as if it's going to the west of that. People over there need to continue to monitor that, however, as that continues to move on through. Do want to mention, though, that the storm in Broward County in Florida continues to show some really interesting velocities here. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, and right in the middle is where it would be. This is actually looking up about 1,800 feet up in the sky. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. You can see a classic hook right here on reflectivity with the inflow unimpeded whatsoever. The ZDR profile shows that there actually is some sort of updrafting material in and around there. But as I said, something to keep in mind as that continues to move off to the north and east. More east-northeast in my honest opinion. I do want to actually send this GR2 back to Arkansas, and I'll send a radar scope over to Florida. I do feel like the Arkansas storm is a bit more stronger, so I'll send GR2 over here to see what all is happening. But, you know, something that to keep in mind is that continues to move off to the north and east in Florida, and this moving off to the north-northwest. Let's see. The convective outlook has been given out by the Storm Prediction Center. It looks like slight risk is continuing for the rest of the evening. No enhanced whatsoever, so the slight risk will continue to sustain itself. But something I do want to mention is that the velocities have indeed gotten a bit stronger. Actually, I'm curious to see. The normalized rotation shows up to 1.48. If it went up by literally 0.2, it would go up to about it would go up to the yellows in that area. So something to keep in mind there. But definitely you can see the greens moving towards and the reds moving away. Right in the middle where that triangle would be is where the rotation would be. Now, the one thing I do want to mention now is that the rotation seems to have kind of weakened a little bit. And it does seem, what's really interesting here is that, granted, there is still some sort of rotation down here, the anticyclonic rotation. There could be something that tries to move off and tries to sustain itself. So, as I've mentioned, Maysville is kind of out of the risk at the moment. So, something to keep in mind. But and Sycamore seems to be out of the risk as of right now. But if you know anyone who lives near Southwest City or just to the west of that, just to the south of Dodge or even in Dodge, and someone along US 59 in Oklahoma or even east of that, tell them that they need to continue to monitor the storm as this moves off to the north or north-northwest. So something to keep in mind. You guys need to continue to monitor this as this moves off in that general direction. So let's continue to get some timings out here. We'll place a storm track for this, and we can see this will be eventually heading off to the Grove area outside of the polygon. So if this sustains, this could possibly try and form something in and along the areas. One thing I also want to mention is that I keep mentioning this donut hole in and around here. And there is indeed that again. It is trying to wrap around the reflectivity and around the rotation, and if it does that, not only will it become high precipitation, but it might actually produce a possible tornado along the lines. But still something that we need to continue to monitor as that moves off to the north and north-northwest, I should say. So something to keep in mind with all of this. I do want to see what the ZDR says, and there still is a really nice updraft in all of these areas. Really nice, actually. And the maximum expected hail size is still over an inch. So something to keep in mind. But I do want to mention now, it does seem as if the Storm Prediction Center, I'm getting some unofficial reports, but I have a trusted source that there is now a 5% chance of tornadoes down and around the border of Oklahoma, down into Kansas, even into Arkansas. So there's now a 5% chance of tornadoes now around here, eventually heading into Joplin. So the person who said that was from Joplin, now the Storm Prediction Center believes that there is a 5%, there will be a 5% chance of tornadoes in and around there, and that'll continue to move on through into the evening. So something to keep in mind. You need to continue to monitor the weather, and tell your friends and family, if you know anyone who lives in any of these areas, they need to continue to monitor that as well. So something to keep in mind. Storm in southern Texas getting rotation. I was actually continuing to watch that, the one near Eagle Pass. I wanted to continue to look at that, but I couldn't really see, or didn't really have a reason to move off to it. But I will take a look at it with radar scope. I also want to take a look at some of the velocities on here. I can still see something in and around those areas. Actually, I kind of want to take it off of metric units. Probably be a whole lot better. There it is. Take that off of metric units. You can see 41 miles per hour in some spots, and then 13 miles per hour. So that's around 50 to 55 mile per hour delta velocity. You can see something in and around there in those areas, but still some general rotation that'll be heading off into Hollywood. People over there need to continue to take their precautions as that continues to move off through to the north and east. I do want to take a look. Someone mentioned the Texas cell. Give me a second as I go to one pole and take a look at the super res velocities. There was a report of a wall cloud in and around those areas. A lot of lightning across the board. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these tried to form. This cell down here actually looks really interesting too. But the Texas cells are kind of now starting to develop, and there could be something that tries to fire off in and around those areas. Looking back at the cell in Arkansas, we can still definitely see really nice rotation with the greens moving towards the radar, the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, with a maximum expected hail size of over an inch. So something to keep in mind. If I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, you would think that this is a correlation coefficient drop in a tornado debris signature. However, if I outlined this area for you all, I would be able to persuade you all in believing that this isn't a correlation coefficient drop and this isn't a tornado debris signature. So something to keep in mind, though, that it is still intaking a lot of inflow, and this could possibly attempt to try and produce a tornado along the way. This has a history of producing large wall clouds, and rapidly rotating ones at that, as well as gusty winds and possible damage with 70 mile per hour wind gusts in and around those areas along the rear flank downdraft. So something to keep in mind. I do want to take a 3D of the cell. I saw that the scan just updated, but I still wanted to see if the inflow notch was still there. And indeed, take a look at that. The typical arch that you would have where that could intake a lot of the inflow, the energy that the storm could continue to sustain, or the energy that will allow the storm to sustain moving into the areas furthermore into the 5% risk. So something that needs to continue to keep, people need to continue to keep in mind with this storm. If I were to take a look at the rotation, you can see that it actually spans up quite high up, almost 20,000 feet, if not breaching 20,000 feet. You can see how the rotation would continue to span up, move up through into those parts of the storm. Pretty much so tilted, which is typically what you would want to see from a typical storm of this characteristic. So this could continue to try and sustain for quite some time. And then showing you all in the base velocities, these greens, as I mentioned, was the inflow. And you can kind of see that the inflow is very much so prominent, actually showing up on 3D in some spots. So something to keep in mind, that this is inflow dominant, and this will continue to attempt to sustain for quite some time. And it is something to that people should continue to monitor as this moves on through to the northwest. Definitely something that people need to continue to take their precautions. As this continues to move on to the north and east, and that people need to continue to monitor as this moves on through. So something to keep in mind as this continues to move on to the north and east. Let's see. That's not healthy, because that is not the... I don't... Yep, thank you. Thank you, Becca. That wasn't the real one, so I really do appreciate it. Yeah, this is really interesting, and I actually want to mention too that there could be something that's trying to develop on the southern side. Either that, or this cell might be trying to split. So something to keep in mind. This might be moving off to the north. This might be moving off to the north and west. So this could try and split right down the middle, and there could be some sort of weakening trend within the storm that's going to be possibly happening soon. But still something to keep in mind. Maybe some sort of weakening trend in and around this storm. Ecotops on the storm still 42,000 feet, so that's something to keep in mind, that this is its own discrete cell. This will continue to move off to the north and west, and it will continue to produce hail in upwards of almost an inch. So, people around Southwest City, Dodge, along the US 59 area need to go ahead and continue to take their proper precautions and monitor the weather, as this could impact a lot of people along the way. So if you know anyone that lives in these areas, tell them to take their proper precautions. Get underground and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And if you know anyone who lives in around these areas, feel free to send them my way so I can give them some visual aid as to what all is happening as a common courtesy. I do want to mention the normalized rotation is now back to 1.4. The velocities have indeed increased. You can see the greens moving towards and the reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and you can definitely see that there. The ZDR still shows a really nice updraft in and around these storms that would be producing hail probably up to an inch. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. Yeah, so just people need to continue to monitor this. I mean, this is just really one of those situations where this could turn tornadic if it continues to sustain. I do want to take a look at this back here. Might be some sort of general rotation out behind this cell, but fortunately it does seem as if the line might be attempting to try and catch up to it. It is closing the gap, so there might be something in and around there that people need to continue to monitor, but still something to continue to keep in mind as that moves off to the north and west. Yeah, thank you, Jukebox. I really do appreciate that. I still can't believe I got one, so it's just like, I hate these large donations. Put this back on my hand. So yeah, definitely something to continue to keep in mind. Really interesting as this moves on through, and actually the normalized rotation just increased again. So possibly even a further strengthening with this cell. You can definitely see I'm seeing some inbound velocities of 58 miles per hour and some outbounds of 32. So that would be in and around 90 miles per hour as a delta velocity. So something to keep in mind as that moves on through. And if you're just to the west of Southwest City, you need to continue to take your precautions. This will continue to move off to the north and west, and this will continue to track along near Dodge and near Grove. So if you know anyone who lives around there, tell them to take their precautions. And then if they need a visual aid, some proof or something like that, send them to my stream. I'll be able to tell them what exactly is happening in and around these cells. So something to keep in mind with that. I'm going to quickly take a look at the cell over here in Hollywood. I am quite confused as to what all has happened with this cell. It seems as if it has completely dissipated and or turned linear. So I don't think that this will be an issue for the town of Hollywood, unless if it decides to wrap around its outflow. So something to keep in mind. But I still think that this thing is quite linear at the moment. So something to keep in mind. But people in and around those areas need to continue to take their proper precautions as this moves off to the north and west, especially as this heads near Southwest City and eventually towards Dodge and Grove. I'm going to take another 3D. Actually, I want to take a cross section. I want to take a cross section. I want to see something specifically. I'm going to try and find it for you all, if I can. Ooh. Hold up. Okay, there it is, guys. So I found it. This is what I like to call a ZDR column. This shows you tornadic tornadic updraft moving up into the storm. So you can see how, as I've mentioned with the ZDR, the reds would be rain moving up into a storm. And usually when you see that in kind of like a column or in a line in a specific spot near a rotation, that shows you the updraft moving up into a specific spot. So the updraft actually moves, actually goes up to as high as 20,000 feet up in the sky, which is really interesting. And then the spectrum width kind of shows you kind of the counteraction around that, where the rotation could be in and around that area. So turbulence, that spectrum width shows, but it also shows winds moving down into a storm. Something to keep in mind. And then you can definitely see the counteracting winds of the downdraft moving around, that general rotation in and around those areas. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. I am getting something here. Why am I checking Discord? Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything on there. I don't think it's on the ground at the moment. But there could be something in and around there. My honest opinion, something that people need to continue to monitor as that moves off, though, to the north and west. But still, really interesting in and around there. Definitely some sort of rotation with that. And actually, velocities again are still quite prominent. Don't see a correlation coefficient drop yet, but still something to where interesting rotation around there. New tornado warning for Delaware and Ottawa counties in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities, if I were to find out where that is, it might be this storm right here. Actually, I think it is this storm. The velocities show the reds moving away, the grays and greens moving towards, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So something to keep in mind if you live near Spavinaw. Nope, that's not it. It's just another extension of the warning, but still something. There could be something in and around here. There could be some rotation around Spavinaw. There also could be something around State Route 20. So people need to go ahead and continue to take their proper precautions as that moves on through. The extension of the warning has been made, and now Dodge, Grove, Cayuga, Copeland, and Tiff City. You guys need to go ahead and continue to monitor this storm. This will be heading off in those general vicinities in and around that area. Let's see. My hand is still messed up, so I'm trying to fix that. But yeah, definitely something to where you guys definitely need to take your precautions as that moves off to the north and west. Still some general velocities. It looks like Southwest City will be impacted, but Dodge will definitely be very close around this storm. So people need to continue to take their proper precautions as this moves off to the north and west. Also, a flood advisory for this area due to the fact that it's already seen a plethora of rain already. There could be some additionally with the line out behind it, so there could be some sort of flooding attached to this. People need to continue to monitor that as that moves off, moves into your area, I should say. So Cherokee, Delaware, Mays County, you have a flood advisory. That'll continue to move off to the north and west. The velocities, as I've mentioned, still show greens moving towards, reds moving away. In the middle is where the rotation would be. ZDR shows really interesting updraft in and around that area. You know, out and about with this whole entire storm. The KDP shows a lot of precip right in these areas. Definitely a heavy rain maker in with all of these storms. And then the spectrum width shows some sort of lowering in and around the hook. Something to continue to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So people need to continue to monitor that as that moves off to the north and maybe even north and west. So Dodge will continue to be impacted by this, or they probably will, I should say, be impacted by this. This will literally brush by. The latest scan just showed really interesting base velocities and spectrum width here. You can see how it's more congealed in a circle, and that is usually where the entire wall cloud starts to kind of move more towards the surface, and it actually starts to lower a bit. So you might have some sort of lowering in and around this storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually had a funnel cloud reported with any of this, if we had anybody on it. But look at reflectivity, guys. That is really interesting. The classic hook signature right within here with the definitely some sort of a downdraft moving in with the rear flank downdraft, I should say, and the rotation being visible in and around those areas. I wouldn't actually be surprised if something spawns off from here, but I still see a bit of inflow in and around this area, so I do not believe that there will be any sort of tornadic tornadoes on the ground right now, but that does not mean that it won't produce as it goes along the way. So something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. People need to continue to monitor this as this heads off towards Dodge. I'm going to take a 3D of this cell. I am curious to see the characteristics of this. Actually, disregard that. I do want to see if there is a correlation coefficient drop on this. I do not see one as of right now. I could still do something along the way. So let's take that 3D now. 3D, inflow notch a lot more defined, if I do say so myself. Really much so. Really kind of well defined with that arch right within here. If it were even stronger, it would have a larger arch, but instead it has a very confined arch where inflow can actually move on through. You can actually see the entire mesocyclone here being wrapped around in that general vicinity. So you can see how this kind of has a little bit of a lip, like a hanging cloud, and then this actually has more of the mesocyclone in and around that area. So people need to continue to monitor that as this continues to move off to the north and west. So people need to continue to monitor this and continuously pay attention to this as this moves off to the north and west. Spectrum width, as I've seen within the latest scan, kind of diminished a bit, but still something that people need to keep in mind. There possibly is still some sort of lowering in that area, so people need to continue to monitor that as this moves off in those general vicinities. Let's see. Can you do a 3D check for Broward County, Florida? Tornado warning? Yes, I definitely can. Granted, I do believe that this is kind of dead. The rotation has kind of died out a bit. Still something that I'm going to continue to monitor, especially if anyone wants to, wants me to go ahead and forecast for those areas. But definitely something to where this rotation in and around here in Texas, or not Texas, in Oklahoma and the Missouri and Arkansas border, you guys need to continue to monitor this. I was going to mention that Texas probably will continue to see stuff into the night, so something that people need to continue to monitor. The velocities, I don't see a lot. There's a lot of range folding, but I will take that 3D as somebody has asked me before. Definitely something around here. Interesting little inflow notch here, but it is relatively linear. You can kind of see how the storm kind of lags behind, forms a lot of rain out near it. If it actually surged its rear flank downdraft a bit more, probably could go tornadic, or could be tornadic. But as of right now, it does not seem as if anything is really too strong within that right now, organizationally. Let's take a look at the rotation. A lot of it is above the actual surface. There is some general rotation, but all within the line, I'm assuming along the outflow boundary, in and around there, definitely not as strong as you would typically want it to be. So, nothing really too strong over in Florida at the moment, but that does not mean that I can continue to move on through and could possibly produce something. You live 10 minutes away from Delaware, Ottawa County. Wish you luck. Yep, and if you know anyone who lives around these areas who are in the tornado warning drummer of the century, feel free to send them my way so I can actually give them a visual aid of where all this is exactly heading. If you know anyone who lives around Dodge or around Cayuga, Grove, Tiff City, tell them to go ahead and take their precautions. Definitely something to where they don't want to be staring at the storm for quite a long time. It is starting to get dark around there, and they need to continue to, it's probably one of those things where they need to just take this, probably take this seriously. Something you can't see in the middle of the night. I'm pretty sure you don't want to see it to begin with. So, keep in mind, that this will continue to move on through. Let's see, trying to get more, check New York and Cincinnati. How does a storm with rotation? You're asking for New York and Cincinnati. Cincinnati, I don't believe they're doing anything right now, in my honest opinion. Yep, Cincinnati's fine. New York should also be fine. Yep, New York is fine. So there you go. New York and Cincinnati is fine. Do a 3D on this storm right here. Yep, indeed, I will actually do a 3D for this. I actually do want to see if this thing has progressed in any sort of way. And still has that inflow notch, as I have mentioned before, with that typical arch that you would see. So something to keep in mind. There's a new meso discussion on the tornado watch that has been issued in and around these areas. I will take a look at that eventually. But as of right now, definitely something to keep in mind as it continues to move on through. I do want to mention that there is a 5% risk that has been upgraded for this area according to the Storm Prediction Center. Also a 5% risk in and around Del Rio and Eagle Pass. So risks across the board, as I've mentioned, something to where people need to continue to monitor this, even if you're not just in the tornado watch currently. But still something to keep in mind. In general, something to where people need to continue to monitor this as it continues to move on through. Let's see. Dodge right here, you can still see rotation still prominent. Dodge might be actually getting impacted right now, either by gusty winds or bits of hail, although the hail has diminished a bit, which is leading me to believe that the storm is now starting to attempt to collapse on itself. Which is very good news. Very good news for the characteristics of these cells. Well, just for the people out in front of it in general. But still something to where people need to continue to monitor this as this moves off to the north and west. I did mention that this line was attempting to catch up with these storms, and that indeed has kind of happened. It is now trying to catch up, and it is trying to choke out this system, if you will. So something to keep in mind. Also something to keep in mind, some other areas on the line that could possibly produce. So something that people need to continue to monitor. People are saying that there's a funnel on this. I do not have an official report on that according to IEMBot. However, I do not doubt the fact that there could be a funnel on this storm. So one thing to keep in mind, I will keep that in mind as it continues to move on through. So let's see, near Miami. Okay, so that's the funnel cloud that was down in Miami. So okay, I did want to see. There's still a tornado warning actually for this area. Let's see. I don't see a report on that either, but there could actually be something around there. How many tornadoes we had today? So far, we've only had one. So far, we've only had one confirmed tornado, compared to yesterday, where I don't believe there was any. If I were actually to check that, don't believe there was any tornado reports yesterday. I'll let that actually do its own thing. Let's see. People are saying it's confirmed in Miami. I do want to pull up that IEM bot to make sure. I do not see a confirmation. I do see that they expired the warning in and around that area. But definitely one of those things where it's very broad rotation right now. Extremely broad, to the point where the rotation in general has been falling apart, as I have mentioned. It is now starting to get obscured by this entire line that's moving through. So maybe some sort of merge in there. People need to continue to monitor that as that continues to move on to the north and east, but still something to where people need to continue to monitor that. And then somebody actually said for me to check media. Oh, yeah, I'll take a look at that afterwards. I think they mean Miami, Oklahoma. Okay, well then that probably means something then. That could possibly be something, but I don't know where Miami, Oklahoma is, to be completely honest with you all. I mean, my geography is kind of bleh. There's a Miami. Could be something around here. Not gonna lie. It could be. Check for debris. I don't see any I didn't see any debris before. Let's check to see if there is any now. I don't see a lot. I do see a lot of hail right in this area. But still something to keep in mind. Definitely across the board there could be something. As it continues to move on through. But still something people should continue to monitor. A lot of hail in that area. A lot of hail. So, inflow, though, I do believe is kind of dead. Something to keep in mind as that continues to move on through. So people need to continue to kind of monitor this as this moves on through. So I do want to say real quick, State Route 25, if you live along there, you should be in your safe space now. So you should be in your safe space, especially since that'll be heading off into your general vicinity. And then Cayuga, you guys need to also get in your safe space. If you know anyone who lives in there, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as well. Because that could continue to move on through, possibly produce a tornado. Although I do believe that this line is choking out this storm's inflow. Could be one of those things to where this storm could be dying relatively soon and or merge with this line. So I have said that this line will eventually catch up and chew up this storm that has consistently been tornado warned. That will probably continue to do so as that moves off to the north. But still something to where even after this, there could be even some rotation in and along the line. For instance, as I've mentioned before, this area near Spavinal, that could see some rotation. There could even be some rotation along the line in general. Somewhere in and around there, you could see some rotation. So definitely something to where people need to continue to monitor across the board, that there could be something in and around there. I do want to check real quick with the radar scope these storms down here, because I am watching these areas rather intently as to whether or not these can produce tornadic rotation as well. I don't see a lot. In my honest opinion. There could be some stuff, but I don't think... there could be something on the furthest southernmost cell. So, really interesting to go for. Rocco, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Add you to my subscriber collection, my friend. There could be something on this cell right here. This could go tornado warned, maybe. A lot of lightning with that cell, I will say. But as of right now, it does seem as if nothing too big is happening in Texas at the moment. But still, the main focus seems to be the cell here near Dodge. Still inflow dominant. Outflow very weak, however. I don't anticipate this thing producing a tornado, but as this continues to move on through, it could possibly have a final hurrah in store for us, and that would probably not be good. So people should still monitor this storm as this continues to move off to the north and west. This could still potentially be a tornadic situation to where people need to continue to monitor this. Could possibly produce a tornado along the way. Spectrum width around this area shows that there could be some sort of lowering. Actually, just updated for us. So let's actually take a look. Inflow still relatively nice. The outflow very occluded and difficult to actually determine, but still something in and around that area. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop to the slightest. I think it should be fine for now. But as I've mentioned before, this storm could produce a tornado further along the line before it actually merges with the actual squall line that's further to the south. So something to keep monitoring. This storm could potentially go tornadic as that moves off to the north. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see something real quick. I don't know what site that is. Isn't GR2 Analyst available for Mac? Also, what specs do you need to run for it? Anything can run GR2, including Mac. You can run the free trial for 21 days, and then you wouldn't have to actually pay anything afterwards. So, you could do that and then run typically what most people do, which is actually probably a good idea. Let's see. What is Brownsville? That is Brownsville. Good for me. So I'll get Brownsville NWS chat on here, be able to see for myself what else is happening. Really interesting, though, I do want to say. The cell could be trying to produce, but at the moment right now, it doesn't seem as if anything is really too interesting. Gotta say, hail over 2 inches across the board with echo tops up to 57,000 feet, chat. Actually, I do want to take a 3D on this just to see if there is an inflow notch. It doesn't seem, but look at that. Whoa, that is crazy. You can see how the updraft actually creates its own little anvil. That is really interesting. Really interesting to say the least, actually. You can see how the updraft, the imaginary winds pushing the rain up actually creates this little divot. So it's actually holding up the storms, the precip in specific spots. So really interesting anvil in and around there. I am trying to look for an inflow notch, however. There is something a little bit on the northern side of the cell, but honestly, I do not believe that this could possibly have an inflow notch. Maybe on the northern side, but honestly, nothing too large. Nothing that the typical areas that we see and stuff like that. By the way, if you hear any bangs outside, I'm pretty sure that's the neighbor setting off fireworks. For whatever reason, I've got no clue. Welcome to America. But you know what? I guess we'll definitely see. Let's see. I want to see something here. I know there was the latest model on the HRRR, which, by the way, as I've mentioned, for those of you who are new, today I'm not fully at my best due to the fact that my grill, I was trying to make steak, and it blew up on me. So the reason why I have this little pad here for my hand is because I've got 1st to 2nd degree burns on my hand, and I'm trying to like cool it off and stuff like that. My arm still has burns a little bit, but I was just like, eh. So I'm not fully at my best, but I'm doing this rather than laying down just to like kind of forget about the pain and stuff like that. So, you know, I would usually be a whole lot better when it comes to my analysis. Probably 10 times better at giving you all accurate details. But as of right now, you know, I do have me a little pad here that's trying to, you know, cool down my hand. But if you are new, feel free to go ahead, hit that subscribe button, hit the bell notification if you want to join me for whenever I live stream. Typically, it's for days that I actually think could be relatively bad. We had a confirmed tornado earlier today in the Des Moines metro area, so that was relatively bad. So you know, definitely one of those things where, you know, I'm definitely streaming whenever stuff tornadic goes around, or if I feel like something could go awry when it comes to straight line winds or large hail, although not as much for large hail. We do have a report of a funnel cloud with the storm in Miami. That's in Dania Beach, just 1 mile southwest of Dania Beach. So people around there still might have something tornadic in and around that area. But you know, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind that it might have something in and around those areas. The storm here near Cayuga might be trying to do something. But the only issue with this now is that it's got the line literally in its sights. So it might be trying to do something. It is still definitely influence dominant, but in and around that area doesn't seem to be all too big, in my honest opinion. There still will be a tornado warning for Delaware and Ottawa, though. That'll be in effect until 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So as it continues to move off to the north, people need to definitely continue to monitor that. Let's see. I do real quickly want to take a look. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. No. Just wait for it. Oh boy. Oh boy. He exploded the grill to see if he could produce enhanced cape in my backyard. Seems legit. That sounds about right. There we go. Okay. We got something like that. Okay, so I want to take a look at this meso discussion. Let's see. Tornado threat and potential for isolated wind damage likely continue for a few more hours. Let's see. Isolated tornado and wind threat likely continue. The weather watch's issuance not anticipated to the north. The current watch situation will continue to be monitored. Band of storms. Support tornado threat with small supercells that develop to the northeast-northwest band. Wind damage threat. Okay, so this is basically saying that there could be some more cells that develop out in front of the line. That will be the main reason as to why there is a tornado watch right now. But as of right now, it doesn't seem, based off of radar, that there isn't a lot of cells for it to be tornadic. There could be some stuff along the line, but this will mainly be damaging winds. But in and around here could possibly be something. And then actually, down back here could be something around here as well. So something to keep in mind with that as well. Let's see. My hand is flaring up again. I do want to take a look at the convective outlook, though. I am curious. There actually is still 5% for most of those areas. So there could be something around here that could try and form as well. Really interesting to continue to monitor. So something that, we need to continue to basically just watch for quite some time. Let's see. Long time after this. Literally, it wasn't my fault, though. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. Literally, I left for a little bit because we don't have, or at least the electric starter kind of died out. It literally, whenever I set it up, my hair got burned. My hair's still burned. It's singed up, actually. You know, hands got burned. Arms got burned. Having a whale of a time, I have to say. Yeah, happy Memorial Day to everyone, by the way. I hope everyone had a great Memorial Day. I was going to have a great Memorial Day. I mean, I still am. You know, except for the whole, you know, grill exploding in my face thing. But you know what? I gotta say, though, my reflexes are on fleek. And the reason why I say that, my reflexes are on point. The reason why I say that is because I literally, as soon as I heard the thing, nothing like lit up, but as soon as whenever I lit the match and I heard it, literally, I jumped backwards. And it probably would have had second-degree burns across my entire hand if it weren't for those reflexes. So, boom. Dodged that like the Matrix. Not fully, but like, you know, got brushed. So I was pretty happy about that my entire hand isn't blistering and it's only just my knuckles. Propane gill warning in effect. Yeah, it seems legit. Trying to practice dad moves on that grill. Sounds about right. Actually, my eyelashes, even though I had glasses for that, even though I had glasses for all of these, literally, that was covering my eye, it literally went through, up and under, and actually got my glasses. It got into my eyelashes and stuff like that. Let's see. Oh yeah, Del Rio is definitely the area that I've been watching. Right mover west of Del Rio. Tried to produce tornado, then quickly became outflow dominant. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Need those hands for hockey too? Not anymore. I played my last year hockey last year, trying to go for the state title in West Virginia. Came up short in a shootout. But I went to nationals already. I already won a couple titles anyway, so not high school titles, but I've already won titles locally in the Mid-Atlantic, so I'm fine. Yeah, I'll take care of myself as best as I can, Jeff. I'll take care. Forecasting tornadoes, getting burned by a grill that blew up. Yep, Brady, that is basically how my Memorial Days went. If you want to count that as fireworks, then be my guest. Gave me the surprise of my life. Or at least a surprise. We're getting reports of egg-sized hail in Roma, which is in Starr County, Texas. So, my goodness. Andrew Cote, thank you for coming out today. I really do appreciate you and what all you did today. I really do. Still can't believe you did that. So, see you later. Thanks for coming out to the stream. I really do. Have you dreamt of going pro to the NHL? Yep, I actually probably could have went to college for hockey. I could have. But I decided not to because I felt like there's already a lot of people, you know, let's put it this way. I could have made it, but I felt like I would have enjoyed myself and would have went further if I went with meteorology. I could have definitely went to a bunch of colleges and stuff like that. I could have. But I decided not to because I felt like this was my passion. Granted, like, they're both equally my passion. But I felt like this passion would take me further than the one that I had in store for me. Or the one that I had earlier with hockey and stuff like that. Hometown hockey team won Kentucky State tournament this year. Oh, good, good. Yeah, this year I lost out to Morgantown, which is basically the town that has West Virginia State University. Or, not West Virginia State University, it's West Virginia University. But, I felt like there was just a lot of stuff that kind of went wrong for us. We literally dominated the entire game, and they got some lucky bounces. And the entire time they won, they beat us, literally was on lucky bounces. I was just like, I swear. If this wasn't there, if they didn't get those lucky bounces, we could have won all the games. All of them. I literally had a game-winning goal against them in the regular season. I didn't want to hear it from them. You know, but it just so happens that we fell short in the shootout, and that's all I can say. Although I probably will play Beer League. I will play Beer League. Beer League's gonna be fun. I might even bring out the good old GoPro for that, you know? So that you guys can actually see what all is happening. This man plays hockey, got burnt by a grill in forecast. Yeah. Yep. I literally held the title of the weirdest West Virginian in all of West Virginia. Because, granted, I knew there were other people that played ice hockey. No one enjoys meteorology in West Virginia. No one. If you can name one person besides me at the time, then I would give you a cookie. But no one in West Virginia cares about the weather. So I claim to be the strangest West Virginian in all of West Virginia at the time. But I've been residing in Pennsylvania for quite some time, actually. So I'm not really too worried. The storm got quiet now. Yep, I agree. The storm is definitely dead. Definitely dead. Like, no doubt that this thing is probably dead. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing was dead. What position do I play? Defense. Well, I played offense on my my travel team, which I probably would have gotten even further than I am now if I played offense. Because I literally I get into the places where I literally go into the places in hockey where you don't want to go as a forward. I sit in front of the net. I also go into the corner the entire time, you know, and I'm agile. So I played offense towards the end of my. I played offense at the beginning of my travel career, and then end of my big end of my career for this year. Literally played within the last 2 months as a forward, as a center, and then I played a bit of right wing to kind of transition a little bit, just to kind of bolster the top two lines. So. My favorite NHL team, it was the Washington Capitals until 6 years ago when I transferred to the Columbus Blue Jackets. Yeah, these sales down here in Texas are really interesting, though. Gotta say. These boys are chonky. Could be something that attempts to try and form and hit San Angelo again. Honestly. Could be something in and around there. Fun while it lasted 20 mornings, yeah. Want to see me play hockey? One of these days I'll either make a stream with like edited highlights and like music and stuff like that of like this entire year that I had. You know, which by the way, I had at least a single point in the last 4 games and scored the only goal for my team in the championship. We lost for both my teams. We literally lost the championship. Both of my teams. You know? Now, for defense, I obviously can't do anything. But, you know, offense, I at least scored a goal. I knocked it out of midair. So I was pretty happy about that. What is your college football? Obviously Penn State, because, you know, that's where I'm going. Commit. Tony Vlog. Seems legit. Hope the Preds win the Stanley Cup in your lifetime. I wish Subban stayed in Nashville. Yeah, but Subban now is kind of like dying out, to be completely honest. He isn't really doing as much. Even on the Devils he isn't really too good. Do I have a favorite color? Yeah, it's purple. Purple's my favorite color. Blue's my second favorite color, though, as you guys could probably tell with all the notifications on the stream. Let's see. Posted on Discord about tour sounding tomorrow. He said it might be active and to not sleep on it. What do I think? If it's Bob typically is right most of the time. Bob is pretty good at this stuff. Oh, it's Harrison Cater and then Bob. Okay. What is this? Tuesday, 17Z. I mean, something definitely could form. I don't know where that is. Now, the only one issue that I have is that it's going to be very hard for me to stream tomorrow. It's going to be very hard for me to stream tomorrow around those times. Let's see. 17Z, that is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I have to be down in a specific spot 30 minutes south of here at 2. And then I won't get back until like probably 3:30, maybe even 4. So it is very hard for me, unless if it kind of stalls out for a bit, to stream tomorrow. But I'll try. I still will. I might. Guaranteed not streaming on Thursday, though. Favorite is Connor McDavid. McDavid's pretty nice. Typically, a lot of people like McDavid. I'll give him credit, he's a phenomenal player. I haven't really thought too much of like my favorite player. It used to be Ovechkin, which is the reason why I had the 8 originally. And then I realized that if you say N and 8 really fast, it spells Nate. So, but Rams or Penn State? Penn State, my friend. LSU fan since 17 when discovered hockey and Saints fan. Seems legit. See, because I live up here, the only team that I like if there's only one city that I'd associate with, either DC or Baltimore. Baltimore, I like the Baltimore Ravens. I like the Baltimore Orioles. All right, my team. Within other stuff, in the same regard, stuff isn't, it's doing its thing. And then DC, Washington Capitals. Redskins are bleh, I gotta say. Give me Hurricanes, Gold Panthers all the way. Gators too. Yep. I can respect that. The possible severe threat in Northeast on Friday Eve. That's going to be interesting because I'll probably be chasing that one. There's like this boundary that kind of moves through on either Friday or Saturday. I'm going to try and get my friend to kind of come with me, and we're going to try and stream that. Now, he has no expertise in meteorology whatsoever, but it's still going to be interesting to where possibly you could get a live stream of us chasing that entire event. And that'd be pretty cool. So who knows? I'll try and get something for us. Let's see. I won't be dissecting the event. I will actually literally be chasing it. Let's see. Severe weather where in the Northeast? It's just across the board from like the mid-Atlantic all the way up to like maybe New York, stuff like that. But it's still really far out. If something decides to develop, actually, I'm gonna probably chase it. When are you chasing? Friday or Saturday? Something like that. Are you going to get a tornado in Peoria, Illinois? Not today. Not today. Don't believe so today. Lamar Jackson, Kentucky boy. Seems legit. Came from Florida. Could you stream or record your chase? Yeah, I'm gonna be live streaming that chase. Guaranteed. Live streaming that boy. What is this? That could have went tornadic until it died. You go to Altoona for Altoona, PA for trains. Not a bad idea. Altoona has a giant train yard, stuff like that. Wait, severe weather near NYC, kinda. Friday, Saturday, something like that. What's happening on Florida storms? Just a line of storms. Nothing really too big. Honest opinion. Honest opinion down there. Although, what the heck is that? I don't even know. Giant MCS. Look at this. Giant MCS looking boy. Have to say, that is crazy. Would you do a setup tour someday? Maybe at 2K? Yeah, 2K we're doing actually a room tour or something like that. Any tornado potential for Pittsburgh in the future? I don't believe so. The boundary that moves on through kind of develops out in front of you all to the east, so I don't believe so. Lamar Jackson came from Louisville? I thought he came from Florida. The more I know. Oh, yeah. The college. I was about to say. I'm like, wait, was he born and raised there? Something like that? I'm like, see ya, Anish. Thank you for coming out to the stream. Where's the severe weather threat for tomorrow? Let's go ahead and actually forecast that, because I'm curious myself. I have no clue. I had someone tell me that I was actually in, like, Arkansas again. Here we go. Acton Cash. Thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. You're gonna watch CNN for a while. Call it night. Good night, all. Yep, see ya. I'm gonna think that's Rylan. Rylan, I think. Maybe. I don't know. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I really am. Don't know how to pronounce it. Rylan. I'm gonna assume it's Rylan. Something like that. But yep. See you later. See you later. I mean, ooh, what the heck is that? Hold up. Rotation's trying its best to come back. It probably won't, though. I'm gonna be completely honest. All right, Midwest. We had Tebow, Jeff Driscoll. Yo, what is this? What in the world is going on here? What do you mean 1 p.m.? Oh, yeah. It's tomorrow. Apparently there's a severe threat that's heading through tomorrow. I don't know. Oh, it's in northern Missouri. Northern Missouri and Iowa. Interesting. That's around 2. Photographs are quite nice, I will say. I don't think I'll be able to stream this event, though. I'm going to be completely honest. It's happening during... I mean, if I can come back right around 4, then maybe. Maybe. But the issue is coming back by 4. That is my issue. That's going to be really interesting. That's true, Dominic. Morgan could get some of that. I mean, Morgan could probably stream in my place for a little bit. On his channel. He can definitely do that. Past weather for Lawrence, Kansas, you'll see Toganoxie split in action. Seems legit. Yeah, I mean, there could be something there. 1 o'clock. I could possibly... I don't know. Okay, we have a report of a tornado in Chariton County, Missouri. By the way, new tornado warning for Ottawa County in Oklahoma. That'll be in effect until, let's see, 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. But we have a delayed report of a brief touchdown of a tornado that at the corner of Mike Road and Vernon Kennedy Avenue near Mendon. Some minor structural damage was noted at that location. Time was estimated from radar. So there was something in Chariton County in Missouri with possible with a tornado that was actually reported. So really interesting. Baby cell merch coming in. Yep. Whenever we can get that public for you all, I will indeed. That would be pretty cool. I will say. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, I gotta say. But I think this storm's kind of dead in my honest opinion. I don't think it's going to do a lot. 3D? Yep, we'll do 3D. We'll do 3D. We got you. 3D. Little inflow notch. But the storm's about to be eaten alive by the line. So, I still don't believe that there will be anything tornadic. That dot right there, by the way, over here, that's hail. Message you, we can discuss. Yep, that sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, pretty interesting though. Pretty interesting. Didn't you turn off donations? No, I didn't turn off donations. I didn't turn off donations at all. Going to buy some baby cell merch? Yeah, I encourage you all to buy some baby cell merch. We're gonna get some of that. Get a shirt or get shirts for you all. That'll be pretty cool. I'll probably put out a poll for YouTube to where I'll ask if people want to purchase some baby cell merch. Would they? If baby cell merch was there, would they purchase it? I'm definitely going to create a shirt for myself. I'm going to say that much. And the baby cell shirt. Definitely something that I'm going to continue to enjoy, though. Seems how literally like 120 people were like with me up for that night. You know, and then I'm definitely going to create a video on Baby Cell. Literally, I'm going to like have an edited video across the board. Chunky Boy merch. Chunky Boy merch is going to be though. I don't think that would probably be all too much. But yeah, I'm probably going to create like some sort of poll, and then I'm going to create a video. Actually, I'm probably going to create the video and then create the poll and said, okay, you know, all that stuff. Look at Iowa tomorrow. There's tornado sounding. Yep. Tomorrow is going to be really interesting. I did look at that for a bit. Do you think we'll get a tornado warning storm or watch down in Texas like near Brownsville? I believe you guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch right now, I think. I'm not too sure. You are very close to a severe thunderstorm watch, but you're not precisely in a severe thunderstorm watch. So you guys could get something down and around there. In my honest opinion, definitely some large hail, gusty winds. I can't rule out a tornado. I really can't. let's take a look at the models for your area, in and around those areas. You could see something, some storms, go through your area right around 4 in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning, maybe 5. Something around those areas to where you guys could see something. I can't rule out a tornado in my honest opinion, especially with how the photographs are. So you could see something. Anything from Northeast Illinois tomorrow? I don't. Northwestern, yes. Northeastern, probably not. You could see a stray scattered thunderstorm or something like that, but definitely something that could form later in the evening in and around that area. Written hates grill. God. That's never going to be let up. That's probably going to stay for quite some time. I don't need McAfee, thank you. Okay, so theoretically, I could still stream afterwards. If I come back, I'll stream immediately as soon as I can tomorrow, chat. So, guaranteed stream tomorrow. Cannot tell you when the stream will be. Probably around 4 Eastern, 3 Central, something of the sort. I'll probably miss a couple tornado warnings. But at the same time, I got your back, chat. I will definitely stream all of it, as I've been doing for practically all of my YouTube career. Let me look at the models for Springfield, Missouri area tonight. Indeed we can. Indeed we can. I think the central U.S. is closer, so we could probably see something. But Springfield, Missouri is in right around there. If we take a look, you can see you can get some thunderstorms that can develop actually around even after midnight, which is probably the reason why there might be the tornado watch still could be in effect and around there. But I don't see a lot when it comes to tornadoes. Could probably be some straight line winds, some hail. I can't rule out a tornado, but at the same time, I don't think it'll be likely. So, who would watch if we streamed at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow in Nate's absence? I'd probably just tell everyone on my community post, you know, push through on that over there. I would definitely watch. I would definitely have you on in the background as I'm driving down to the area that I need to be at 2. So I would definitely like listen or something like that. Have like my headphones on, something. So if you want, the only thing that I will allow other people to self-promote, go to Royal NYR 5-Force channel. Please go subscribe to him. Him and I have been talking about it for quite some time. You know, just like partnerships and stuff like that. And whenever I'm not streaming, he does it for me on his channel. So if you want to do so, if you could do so, please go to his channel, subscribe, support him. And tomorrow he'll definitely be streaming until I get on, and then that's when stuff will actually be starting to fire off and stuff like that. But as for right now, definitely seems to be kind of dying down a bit. I am not going to lie. Don't think really anything could happen for the rest of the night. But I definitely want to continue to watch. I want to continue to watch. But I don't think stuff will continue to move on through. Yeah, could be something in and around there, though. We'll see. I don't know as to what all is happening with the storms in Texas, but I want to know. Okay, let's take a look. This thing is mental. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing was actually producing a nadir. I'm not going to lie. This cell over here heading into San Antonio, I actually want to take a better look at. My knuckles. They're dead. left them broken and dead. Low-key looks like a hurricane. Yeah, it does. It does. I don't see a lot that's heading into San Antonio, my honest opinion. I think San Antonio is fine from this storm. They'll probably see maybe a little bit of hail across the board, but other than that, nothing really too much. In my honest opinion, may get something interesting early June, maybe some naders, possibly. I think at the same level, June will be at the same level as what this past May will be, which is something that you typically don't hear a lot of. But yeah, something in around there. I'll also be possibly covering Canadian events too, in an attempt to not only kind of figure out how things run over there, but also possibly gain more popularity within the weather community. So it'll be pretty interesting, though. I'll definitely, I actually am pretty excited about that. I came up with the idea last night. I was like, wait a second, why don't I start covering Canadian events too? I'm a severe weather live streamer, and then it's just like, you know what? That's pretty cool. I'm going to start doing that. So I did. Or at least I'm going to. But don't tell anybody else that I'm doing that. Shh. It's our little secret. I'm covering the severe weather events in Canada. And they actually get some chonky cells too. So it's just like, CAPE is an index to help determine severe weather. Yep. I agree. It is not what's the probability of producing a storm. It's how much energy there is. You need to go worldwide. If I do that, then I will probably turn into AccuWeather. But yeah, I'm gonna try and help out as much as I can from that. Check Georgia. Yep, I will definitely check Georgia. Actually, I'll check Georgia with a radar scope. Seems legit. This thing has been cycling through the entire time. Georgia doesn't have a lot. Georgia's just doing its own thing. I sure did say that to 81 people. Is that this is the internet? Do you expect that to be kept? Yeah. So yeah. I don't see a lot in Georgia. I'm gonna be completely honest. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, but I don't know. This cell is just really kind of dead. I mean, you still got some general rotation, but nothing is good. Nothing. Although, right as soon as it gets around to the line, probably is when you're going to want to, if you want a tornado, or if you had to guess where, when a tornado would form, it'd be when it's kind of lagging behind like this, and you got these surging winds moving through. So you got gusty winds that are around 60 to 65 miles per hour right here with some spotty hail, and then this right here is where it could possibly produce something. So AccuWeather and Weather Channel both overhyped, kinda. It does its own thing. How does Lawrence, Kansas look for us? Give me a second. That's what I have to say. Are you going to eat a grilled sandwich like I did Saturday? I ate a grilled cheese sandwich. I also blew up. I also had my grill blow up in my face today, which is the reason why I have this little towel around my hand. Turn my closet room light off? Yeah, I probably honestly should do that. I'm not going to lie. I would also take my shirt off because it's a little bit uncomfortable with my burns on my arm and my pectoral area, but even professionals have standards, and that is including me. What is that supposed to mean? That is meaning that your straight or whatever thingamabobber is going in effect. Literally, you guys don't get anything. Yeah. Outside your backyard just flipped. What? How about Little Rock, Arkansas? Let's take a look. You guys actually have a severe thunderstorm warning just to your west. That's pretty interesting. Any bad storm's gonna hit Owatonna, Minnesota. Probably in the morning. And also, it's okay if I just become a YouTube staff. Like, is there staff applications? I mean, there isn't an application anymore. It's now just discretion of me thinking who is fit for staff and stuff like that. So I guess you'd have to, like, talk to me about it. Stuff like that. You're from Russia, Tornado the Bee. Here, actually. Let's go GFS, Central US, National, Tropical, Continental, Asia. All right, let's take a look for ourselves, chat. So you could signed up for you. Russia use Google Translate. That's cool. Let's try and take a look for ourselves. What in the world is this? Tornadic? Nani? Nope, nothing tornadic, so it should be fine. Ooh. Could be something in there. Could be severe. Could be something in there that's severe. When are you choosing staff today or mods, whatever they're called? Then the stream. I'm just gonna be thinking about it, honestly. You'll know. It's not that big of a deal anyways. Just moderators typically will have to, moderate chat instead of the people who aren't moderators. They'll typically, they can, have fun a bit. Stuff like that. Although Becca, I'm pretty sure, has fun both ways. Whether she's a member or not. See you, Brady. I don't see a lot. Could be something right in there. Could be. Whoa. I am AccuWeather now, aren't I, chat? I am AccuWeather. Weather Channel, AccuWeather. I'd say Weather Channel, but 2013 is pretty nice. How does Missouri look tonight? Missouri will continue to see some cells as it moves on through the evening. I'll show you guys specifically. So I would say... There we go. Stuff like that. Ever tornado storm that went over Siloam Springs, Arkansas, Torrance, Oklahoma. Ended up being surprised with a tornado warning earlier. There was a report of possible tornado damage.
Police! Police!
It never ends.
Police! Help!
It never ends.
Help! Help! Police!
What's good, my dude?
I'm waving my white flag, chat. I'm waving my white flag. Everything's fine today, Steven, besides the fact that my grill blew up in my face, burned part of my hair, my eyelashes, and I have first and second degree burns from my hand all the way up my arm and to my pectorals. But other than that, everything was pretty fine. Painted a door today, too. That was pretty nice. Let's see. Somebody wanted to ask about Missouri. Depending upon where you live in Missouri, you could see a wide variety of things, okay? If you live in the western parts of Missouri, you could be seeing stuff tornadic across the board, maybe something. But then if you live central, eastern, you can get some pop-up showers and all of that. Just maybe some gusty winds and stuff like that, but not really too much. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, something around there. We might be getting something. Might see some pop-up showers. You might. But still definitely something that I should continue to keep an eye on. But yeah, Little Rock, not fully out of the risk. You could see cells across the board. As I've mentioned before, probably gusty winds, maybe some spotty hail. Can't rule out a tornado, but I feel like it's unlikely. I personally feel like it's unlikely. This thing just continues to want to sting. It just wants to sting. Okay. Let's see. So what all... Are we basically done here today? I have got no clue. I don't think anything else is supposed to happen. William! It's been a while. Welcome back. My goodness. You've changed, Nate. I just watched the 4th of July 2016. I was surprised that voice changed a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I mean... Gotta say, back when I edited my videos, they were pretty nice. I gotta say. This thing right here is starting to look interesting. I'm not ending the stream now because I just saw that this could possibly get interesting. Green's moving towards, the red's moving away. Why are these? Oh, yeah, that's right. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. No correlation coefficient drop as of right now, but this thing is starting to get pretty interesting. What do you think about the weather in Lawrence? Do you think we could see some storms? You could possibly see some storms across the board. Maybe. Ooh, severe thunderstorm warning for Cherokee County in Kansas. With a tornado possible tag on it. So that's pretty interesting. Could see something up there. But this thing right here looks pretty interesting, chat. Green's moving towards, red's moving away, right in the middle. I actually do want to take a 3D of this. I want to take a 3D of this. Your new intro video? Okay, I got a new intro. I got a new intro that's even better than that. That video is dead, though. I want to die. I want to die from that video. Definitely some cringe and a half, I have to say. But really interesting inflow notch right within there. Actually, let's see if I can take another picture right within there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the inflow notch is quite decent in there. You can see the arch with the inflow flowing in, fueling the kind of the storm, maybe a little bit, but you know, it'd be pretty interesting. Could possibly go Tornadic. My channel wastes so much money on their CGI. Yeah. We got a 1.31 inches of rain and we couldn't use anything because it's flooded. Yeah. I mean, this for across the board in the US, it really has been, quite rainy. Floods, stuff like that, possibly. We get another update from the SPC? Yeah, in 3.5 hours. And I'm not going to wait for that long. I'm just going to wait until... Oh my god, what? Hold up. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, well, I've had enough of that. I'm not listening anymore. um, as you guys know, I typically listen to other people's streams, while I'm streaming to try and see what my competition is up to. And it just so happens that another YouTuber with like 5,000 more subscribers than I do is talking about hurricanes. And he's like, oh, it's going to be a lot more active than I first thought. And he just so happened to have a prediction that was higher than everyone else's for how many storms. So just so happens that chaos ensues in the weather community, and we can't go without a little bit of clickbait. But yeah, this thing probably will continue to chug on through, possibly be tornadic along the line. Maybe. So I guess we'll find out. Someone is pranking Nate, or Nate's got a ghost friend. Anybody hear that whisper? No. I'm literally listening to, literally was listening to another stream. Promise you. Alright, I don't think I need Miami's NWS anymore. That's fine. Also, my little brother is going mental in the background, so if you do hear any screaming, it's him raging in Fortnite. Sorry for spamming your last stream last Saturday. That's fine, Fade P. Ennis. It's fine. I'm a wizard? Yeah, that's right. I am a wizard. I did predict that. I mean, I didn't predict how many tornadoes. There's actually more than I originally thought, but, I'm a wizard. I went from 83 to 69 real fast. Yeah, that's true, but I don't... Let's put it this way. We're all doing our own little thing over here. We'll vibe. And then we'll get more people. More people will eventually realize how great this community is. Or at least my community that I have with you all. So, I'll definitely continue to look at this until I feel like the threat is dead. But, it is what it is, brothers. Brothers and sisters. If you are new to the channel, by the way, feel free to, subscribe. Hit the bell button for whenever I do more live streams and stuff like that. Also, like the video. We're at 97 likes. We can get 3 more. We'll hit 100. Which, by the way, anything over 50 in my book is fine. But we have been having a streak of 100 likes in a lot of streams. You streamed Easter Sunday in the tornado that was in Thompson, Georgia. Did you stream that? It was 4 in the morning, when it happened. Yes, I did. I did stream it. Unfortunately, I don't have the video for you. The 24-hour live stream was lost by YouTube. But I did. I did stream that. I was really tired, so AJ was actually like taking over for me for a little bit. But I did stream it. Burns are treated with saline, put salt in the water, put some in your hand and arm. I put a lot of aloe on it across the board, but it just didn't, like, it helped, but it was very uncomfortable, and I'm still having that uncomfortable feeling. I'll definitely, try the saline bit later after the stream, but this is more or less to kind of like forget about the pain, more or less. Rather be doing this than laying on my bed, huddled in like some sort of like fetal position or something like that. I probably would be doing that. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not going to lie. No sugarcoating here. Probably accurate description would be, hold up. Accurate description of how I would be if I weren't streaming right now. Literally how I would be. Either that or I'd be holding my arm like this and just being like, I'm dead. You know what I mean? As a person who enjoys the cold, I would rather have like hypothermia and stuff like that, like I had before, rather than being burnt. Bailey, see you later. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Lemonade. And now I'm extremely hot. You know what? We're doing this. Boom. Yeah, I mean, we're just doing our own little thing. Yes, you should take your caps off. You should listen to the moderator. You should definitely listen to the moderator. Yep, no problem, Martha. No problem. See ya, Oshawott. Thanks for coming out. Rain will continue for the next week. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of flooding and all of that across the board. One thing I do want to mention is that all of these cells have kind of diminished a bit. I will mention that. The line might be fading. I'm starting to think that nothing tornadic really is gonna happen. So, I guess we'll get into the final thoughts of the stream. For any of you guys who are new, my final thoughts is basically something that I do at the end of every single stream. I also put a timestamp in the description so that if anyone misses the stream, they can actually go back and they can look at my final thoughts. That basically consists of what all happened during this stream, what is happening in the future, and just overall judgment on what all is happening. So, anyways, take a bite of steak, and then we shall get into our final thoughts. So today, decently interesting day. We had tornado warnings across the board within the beginning of the stream. Relatively weak tornado that actually spawned in the Des Moines metro area. We covered that for quite some time. And then there was actually a tornado warning with a massive wall cloud moving through Siloam Springs, right on the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma. There also could have possibly been another tornado. I can't remember exactly where, but it had damage. Oh yeah, was it real Muskogee? I can't remember. It was somewhere in Oklahoma, but there was like reports of damage, whether it was wind damage or whatever. Not too much. Nothing really doing all too much in Texas, however. The cells out in front really didn't do anything of the line, so it's just like meh. So yeah, that's all really what happened today. Tomorrow, for everyone who wants to know, really interesting here because there's actually a low that moves through Missouri, actually forms in the morning, and then begins thunderstorm initiation down in the south. And then it just spreads up through central Missouri all the way up. Tornado threat all across the board from central to northern Missouri, in and around there. And then, it'd be something to continue to monitor, in my honest opinion. Actually, if I were to take a look at the NAM actually says that there's some cells that actually form, not a lot though. But this actually says that they will form later in the evening, right around 5, which if that happens, then I'll be able to stream the entire event. But I do believe that there could be some stuff on the northern parts of Missouri, across the board, maybe 2 to 5% chance for risks, stuff like that. So, be pretty interesting. Yeah, Missouri across the board tonight. Gusty winds going into tomorrow. Some thunderstorms across the board, be really interesting. Looking at a national level, not a lot that's supposed to happen besides the area that I called out. There could be some cells that form up in Wisconsin, but that will most likely be... actually, there could be some sort of tornado potential up there too. So something to keep in mind, tornado potential from Iowa, from Missouri down into Iowa, maybe into a little bit of Illinois, heading up into Wisconsin, as well as southern parts of Minnesota. So that could be something interesting to move on through. You also have a tropical disturbance, as I've mentioned before, from the National Hurricane Center. That actually has a 20% chance of formation. That'll continue to ride up the coast, probably cause some rain for the panhandle of Florida and maybe parts of Georgia and South Carolina as that continues to ride up. But that doesn't look like it will continue to be favorable. I do want to take a look at, if it could possibly form and stuff like that. But it doesn't seem as if, it wants to form, in my honest opinion. So, it could try and do something, but nothing really too much. Will I stream tomorrow? Yes, I will probably stream tomorrow. It'll be right around 4 Eastern, 3 Central, mainly because I have something to do from 2 to 3. Maybe around 4:30, depending upon if I, if I don't think anything, if I think the thing's going to hold me back in any sort of way. But you guys can kind of see how the disturbance kind of rides into the Carolinas, caused some rain, stuff like that. So, yeah. And then Wednesday, Tuesday into Wednesday, gonna be really interesting for the areas that I called out before. Wednesday, something really interesting in Canada arises. I'm gonna be actually watching that. So something in and around there might stream that event over in Canada. So that'd be pretty interesting. And then Thursday, guaranteed will not be streaming either or, due to the fact that I have graduation on that day. But be pretty interesting to watch. Let's take a look at what happens Thursday. Thursday looks like a lot of scattered storms, with possibly some sort of development in Canada again, but it's kind of like this severe threat. So honestly, nothing really too big on Thursday. Just some stuff across the board. So, thank you guys. I would say thank you guys so much for watching again. I mean, definitely something to where, without you guys, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. If you guys are new, be sure to go ahead and leave a like, as well as subscribe. Hit the bell if you want to see more of my live content. Typically I'm pretty chill out and somewhat relaxed most of the time. But I can also be really professional whenever you guys need me to be. I kind of can differentiate between when I can be goofy and when I can't be. So, definitely one of those things where you enjoy my content. Be sure to subscribe, hit the bell. Also, be sure to share with friends, family, Twitter, stuff like that, so that we can continue to make this this channel grow. But other than that, That's gonna be really it for me. Also, by the way, I gotta mention, description down below if you want to join my Discord. We have over 250 people in that. A bunch of people who just like love to chill out, talk about the weather, stuff like that. We actually have 265 people at the moment, which is actually insane. That's actually more than David Schlotthauer's server, which is actually around 200. So if you want to join, definitely be something fun. You won't regret it, especially since, you know, we love to just talk about the weather and also mess around. So if you want to, that'd be great. But other than that, that's going to be it for me, guys. My name is Nate, Hockey Boy Nate, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace, everyone. All right, let's turn off the stream, and then let's